The back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hello. What a glorious day this is. We've got
love it.
Kids playing baseball on TV.
Yes.
One of Josh's favorite things.
How much do you think a beer costs at that game?
Nice topic, Happer.
Do they serve beer at Little League games?
Probably, right?
Like,
I mean, you got to keep those parents interested somehow. They've been watching this stuff all year long.
I guess so. That would be my guess. That'd be my guess.
Maybe they just do like seltzers, like beer's too crazy, but if mom wants a white
Wait
claw.
a minute. There's the same alcohol content in those goofy seltzers as there are in a beer.
Yeah, but I think it's more about perception at that point,
They're pretty specific about like Little League sites around here. I don't think you could bring a whole lot in. They want you to buy stuff from the concession.
You can't tailgate the Little League game?
Well, you could tailgate,
it, but inside.
This is a normal event. This is
the regional or something.
What?
Al says no. Beer is not sold at the Little League World Series. Alcohol is prohibited on the Little League World Series grounds, along with other items like coolers. Wow, they don't even allow coolers.
How are you supposed to get drunk?
How are you supposed to have your fifth inning peanut butter and jelly sandwich and milk?
That does need to be in a cooler.
Or
your orange
refrigerators.
Now, so it's so funny you guys are talking about this. Were you just discussing it on your show at the very end? Were you discussing the Little League World Series?
Maybe.
Because my group chat, who has a friend who listens to your show, he sent a message to the group chat.
Yeah.
And he said, hot take, the worst part about August is the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
To which a friend then said, it's not a hot take, actually. That's a normal take.
Yeah.
My question, is it a hot take to say the Little League World Series sucks, or is that actually the more hot take would be John saying, I like the Little League World Series?
The hot take is saying that you like the Little League World Series.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I guess John and I are the hot take boys. Unless John's doing it as a bit, which he might be.
I think you love weird sports.
I do love. I do like the Little League World Series.
Yeah, exactly.
I love watching bad baseball
I'll
because
admit,
when there's two bad
that's
baseball
why-
teams, it's fun.
That's why you're a Rockies fan.
It was better when they only showed the last game on Wide World of Sports and we beat the Japanese. That was awesome.
That's what made the Pirates Rockies series so fun because they're both very bad baseball teams.
That's what you get for World War II.
Blackhead says the Little League World Series sounds like Prasco Park minus the free Chick-fil-A.
It
does.
And the
Interesting you
Kanye
mention
West
that.
music.
Josh, I have good news for you. I have, courtesy of your favorite Twitter follow, Darren Ravel, the 2018 Little League World Series concession menu.
Nice.
Which includes
Darren Ravel, I hate you. See, that guy is
now listen to these
National
prices.
Sean Callahan.
Listen to these prices
Listen
in
to the prices.
2018. All right, we're talking 7 years ago. Chicken fingers $6.25.
What?
Hamburger $4.50. Hot dog $2.75. French fries $3. A whole cheese pizza for $22. Can you imagine what they're like now? 7 years later.
$100.
Eating a whole cheese pizza at a baseball game is wild.
Oh, and it hasn't started yet, right? This is not. They're not in Williamsport or whatever.
Yeah, this is the qualifying round.
When they get there, there will be an intrepid Darren Ravel, Sean Callahan, who will tweet out the concession. So let's just keep an eye out for that when it starts, and we can find the updated prices.
I'm going to do it next year at Prasco Park, and there's no signs for anything because everything is free.
That is great. Wow, everything's free here.
But it'll just be a picture of a blank board, and it'll say, "Here's the concession stand price."
Do you think these kids have actual walk-up songs, or do you think it's a combination of Kids Bop and lullabies?
No, they're 12, Nick. I mean, they know songs.
It's true. They do know songs.
They know the best songs.
I was underestimating how little they were. To be honest. I thought they were like 7.
Happer, by the way, off air, your prediction is what happened. About the thing? No correspondence?
Oh!
No.
Already heard. But I will get it taken care of.
My sweet baby Jesus.
Triggered.
Josh.
Hey, listen, I just want to say,
Oh man.
I just want to say that
Very
we
happy
have
that I decided to do what I did.
that between Rob
Good call,
Anderson
Josh. Hey, Josh.
and Keith
call.
Mann,
Yeah.
we have two of the greatest sports information media liaisons that anyone could ask for.
We sure as hell do.
And that's all I wanted to say. I don't know if that has anything to do with what Josh just said there a moment ago.
It does kind of a little bit.
Does it? Okay.
It
But
does
I just
kind of-
wanted to say, that.
Throw
you
it
know,
against the wall.
I appreciate the Rob Andersons and the Keith Manns.
That
of the world.
is
Happy
quite-
we talked that out.
quite frustrating.
Wow.
Here you go.
I'm glad I got that. I'm glad I got that prediction right.
You nailed it.
You did. You really did.
Gosh. All right. Well, we'll be okay.
But in fairness, that's like predicting did the sun rise today?
That's true.
Or
and
will
it
the
did.
sun rise tomorrow?
We do have some evidence to go off of. Yes.
Yeah. Indeed.
Fascinating.
Wow.
Your
Fascinating
producer's
indeed.
taking the news very well, by the way.
Ah, yeah. He just is typing letters.
He
spelled
He
triggered.
spelled out triggered.
One
but-
letter at a time.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. All right. We're good though. We're good.
We're good.
Is this our left-handed shortstop?
Yes, they left-handed shortstop for Kentucky.
I'd like to.
Why
if-
a
if-
left-handed shortstop?
Well, I mean, sometimes you just don't have very many options. You
He's,
just put
he's
your
probably
most,
he's probably got the best.
yeah,
arm
you
on
put
the
your
team.
most athletic kid at shortstop.
I thought
And if he
Flint-
just happens to be left-handed, then so be it.
That's fair. That's
Coach
fair.
Kingston, if you're listening right now, just check out the Little League World Series. Keep your eye on this Hudspeth kid.
Yeah.
That
Check out
catch-
Mr. Hudspeth.
I kind of like it cut of his jib.
That catcher was fun because he did a windup and then he stopped and then he tossed it. There's no momentum there, kid.
Never know. You're going to throw it back to second base, first base. Hudspeth to the right side.
Oh,
Error. Oh, it's going to the wall.
Kid, you gotta hustle for that. What are you doing?
Oh no! Oh no! He overran
Hudspeth
second.
two-plan.
Oh no!
We gotta pick
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my!
How do you not love this?
Wait!
What?
They got them both. Okay, all right. Here's what happened.
That's
So there was
incredible.
There was a snake burner ground ball to second.
He wants to review it.
Unfortunately, Ryan Sandberg was not playing second for Illinois. Goes right under his glove. It goes past the right fielder, not quite to the wall. There's a kid on first base. The kid goes from first, goes to third, and stops. Meanwhile, our intrepid hero Hudspeth just keeps racing past second. And then
he got the tag applied on him, and then
instead of getting
he
into,
just started tagging
Right.
everybody.
but instead of getting into a rundown, the kid at third base stayed at third base. He did not move.
Yeah, so he's
So they
fine.
tagged out Hudspeth, who was running towards third base. But then did they call the kid at third out too?
He shouldn't be.
Because he didn't move off the base.
Yeah, he should be fine. I didn't even know they could review.
Okay,
things.
Coach Kingston, if you were watching, please just
Well, there's some
Disregard.
disregard the previous
there's
transmission.
just some fundamental development.
Hudspeth has the base running skills of the Kansas City
This
Royals.
is why I like Little League baseball.
I heard you. See this. Remember yesterday? This is the thing that triggers Connor is the Royals
I
base
can't
running.
stand how many stupid things they
Yeah,
do
it's crazy.
during games.
It's crazy.
It's frustrating at a professional level, but this is great. I love this.
This is good. I mean, poor Hudspeth though. Man.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to get it inside to Parker. I guarantee you. And he's rounding first. He's like, I'm going for home.
You gotta pick that guy up in front of you, Hudspeth,
Yeah.
the left-handed.
Well, you got to
shortstop.
pick up your base coach. You
Pick
know,
up your base coach.
you got to pick up your base
at the
coach.
very least, pick up the runner in front of you.
Well, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see if it's a future. Maybe he's a future Husker. They sucked at running bases
They
this year.
did.
There you go,
They did.
Hudspeth.
Poor Hudspeth.
Get him in there. He's from Illinois. He's in the footprint.
Oh, he's in an. I
Or
thought
no, maybe he's Kentucky.
Yeah, I thought the Illinois team was the team in blue. You all right there?
Yeah.
We're fine. You sure? Josh,
This is so bad.
it's August 5th. You got a long way to go.
We're good.
No,
We're
but
good.
this
long way to
specific
go. I
thing-
keep telling you this. Nick and I keep telling you this. It's a long way to the start of the season.
That's true. You
Now-
have said that.
Now you'll believe me.
You know what? Now I'm happy. I'm happy as a clam that it's so far away.
Yes, good.
At least it's
I'm
not
glad.
next week.
I'm glad.
Oh,
That's a reminder, kids, that you can go to 1620thezone.com and get your chance to win a trip to Kansas City to watch the Cincinnati game.
Mhm.
We got
the
2
Nebraska
tickets.
game. It's not the Cincinnati
Well,
game. Poll question.
okay.
The Huskers.
It's implied.
Yeah.
It's the game against Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get It's 2 tickets,
Mhm.
overnight hotel,
Mhm.
$100 in spending cash.
Parking.
And parking.
Mhm.
And you might see Josh there. Or you might not.
No, you'll see.
I
me
actually
there.
think now you're going to probably see all of us. I think all of our problems have been solved, probably.
Yep.
Well, fortunately, they have been because it's so far away. But it's not so far away because we're going to be giving this away fairly soon. So go to 1620thezone.com today and get registered.
Because you need warning to know if you're going to go to the game or not.
Yes.
Planning.
You need to know
Important
if
to
you
plan.
have a pass or a ticket to get into a game.
Uh-huh.
Bingo.
You
You'd
need
like to know
these
as
things.
soon as possible.
Right.
So we're going to help you out with
See,
that.
I
the
love
advantage-
knowing way far in advance for my
advantage-
plans.
See, people like to talk about how we have all the advantages because we get to sit in our ivory tower, but
Sometimes you don't.
fans can just decide,
tickets are
hey,
cheap.
I'm going to go to a game even if I don't have tickets because I know there will be people outside selling them, or I can go online like to a StubHub or a Tickets for Less, and I can buy them online.
Mhm.
But the media, if let's just hypothetically,
Theoretically.
Josh drives down I-29 to Kansas City,
Oh,
but he
man.
doesn't have a pass to get into the game.
That would suck.
There's very few things you could do.
Josh can't go to Pass Hub or Press Passes for Less.
Watch out.
Pass Hub is very close.
You need
I
your
think
ID
that's
for
what
that.
a website is. Yeah.
You need your ID for
I
that.
think
That's
that's
can't
the
do that.
yearly membership.
He has to know before he leaves if he has one or not.
He'd have to place a call to an important person
Mhm.
who would have to really, really be in a good mood in order for Josh to
Right.
get into that game.
Right.
Mhm.
And it's really important that you know these things in advance.
Correct. I love knowing things in advance.
But you know what? This just gave me a great idea. I think I'm going to start the website Pass Hub.
Ugh.
For media members who don't know if they have a pass to the game, we've got your Pass Hub.
How about
Pass Hub-
Park Hub in case you want parking too?
Pass Hub
Hmm.
is a cloud-based secure password manager.
Crap!
Sorry, John. Pass Hub is a thing.
How about-
It's actually passhub.net, but passhub.com takes you there.
Fine. Press passes for less. And use the number 4.
For less.com. John, I think this is going to be one. Boom. The site can't be reached. I've bought a web domain before. It's like $2 for the first year.
Yeah, it's great. I have a couple. I had a
GoDaddy?
couple.
You have a web domain?
I had a couple, yeah.
What were they?
FormulaFriday.com.
Well, that was one of them.
RIP.
The other was a music blog I used to do.
Oh, I gotta see
What?
this.
Yep.
What's that called?
Is it around still?
Wait.
It was called the Ear Orifice. It's not around anymore, but
Yes.
I copied my
What?
what's the
Stop. What was it called again?
Ear Orifice?
Ear Orifice.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. Anyway, if
I'm looking.
if you want to read, it doesn't exist anymore. But I transferred my reviews to my some of my reviews that I did to my Substack.
Oh,
You have a Substack.
I do have a Substack.
Is it just Nick Grimm Substack?
No, it's
I
Ear
don't know.
Orifice 2. Or Ear Orifice.
The electric
it's
boogaloo?
Ear Orifice 69.
nice, Nick. What's your
Wait,
Substack? I subscribe to your Substack, I think.
Where's Nick Grimm's Substack?
It's on my Twitter.
So hold on a
on
second.
your Twitter.
Yeah.
You
Dear
bothered
Lord.
you bothered to get URLs and you didn't URL Formula
Formula
Friday?
Friday? That
I
is a-
did
Oh, you did.
at one point. I don't know if I don't think I still have that anymore though.
Nick hasn't written on his Substack in a long time.
I don't. Well, it's a very once in a while
The
thing.
last one you wrote was called Leaves.
Yeah, it's a sad boy story.
Wait, leaves?
The leaves crunch beneath my feet.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. We can't do this.
All right.
So we can't do
It's
this.
almost poetry, Nick.
Well,
Kinda.
Why can't we do this? I
One,
wanna
two,
hear
three.
this.
Because
was that
people are
thr-
going to end up mad at people. That's my prediction.
Who's going to be
I
mad?
have it
have-
on my Twitter. If you want to read it, you can read
I
it.
have prediction number 2. Somebody's going to get mad at somebody.
Not a bad idea. Happer.
Josh, read it.
Nope, I already closed it.
Well, then I'll read it.
You can read it if you want. I don't care.
Yeah, see, he wants you to read it. He likes it when we read his things.
Okay, back to the Substack.
Oh, crap. I was playing Nebraska.
No, Nebraska won. It's
Oh.
over. It's
Oh.
over.
Oh, we won?
Sad.
We won?
Carney.
Ha, ha, ha.
All right, John, are you ready? Leaves. The leaves crunch beneath my feet.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. ... Was that 3? It might have been 4. Am I counting my footsteps or how many piles of small leaves I've stepped on? This is long. Am I reading the whole thing?
Can you give me the Cliff Notes?
It
Can
seems
you
like
get
it's
to the-
about
Get to
leaves.
the point.
Nick, what
She
was it about?
squeezes my hand.
Have
I
you heard
feel
of
like
a
I'm-
good nut graph, Nick? Really draw him in.
It's a story about, in this case it's a breakup happening, but you're so in your head about it at the same time that you're not really focusing on that. You're kind of in your own head about it.
So you're breaking up with this person, but you're still
No,
holding
the person
hands?
broke up with me. If you would have read the story, John.
Well, I didn't. He was reading it to me.
That's true.
I was getting a Cliff Notes from you.
Well, the person, I say with me, I put myself as a self-insert, but this isn't an actual thing that happened. It's just a thought I had.
Oh, so it's not about you.
No.
Oh,
Mm.
interesting.
I used myself as a self-insert when I wrote it.
I've never heard the term self-insert before.
Really?
Mm.
That's an exciting word.
Yeah.
By the way, the fact that they now have Tim Kirkjian doing the studio for the Little League World Series.
Wow. How the mighty have fallen.
We have.
You know what?
Tim
I
is
respect Tim Kirkjian. Yeah.
I do too. And look at all the fun colors on the set.
Yeah, everything
Red,
looks like
yellow,
everything
orange.
looks like a Lego.
Oh, and now you talk about a downgrade going from Little League World Series to mid-August NBA today.
There's a lot
Holy
happening
cow.
in this frame. I don't like this because there's the people,
graphic.
then people are
And-
kind of blending into the graphic.
Yeah, and look how dull the set looks. It's almost like, oh, it's August the 5th. We have to talk about this. Hey, did you see that Luca went to a game the other night?
Hodson says you can watch self-insert on Pass Hub.
I bet that is one of the video titles.
Silo says sounds like the intro to a video found on Pass Hub.
Incredible.
But it won't be found on Press Passes 4 or less.
That is definitely
That
true.
is a totally clean, family-friendly, media-friendly website.
I love media-friendly websites.
Josh, you might want to bookmark that. You might need that. For later
I
this month.
might.
Yeah,
That's a
It
bookmark
great
sounds
Pass
like
Hub.
we're going to be self-inserting
Whoa.
ourselves to Kansas City.
What a
I think you could just say
what a
self-inserting
great
to Kansas
self-insert
City.
you just did with the self-insert.
Are we self-inserting or is Josh self-inserting all of us?
Wow.
Well,
I think I just inserted
when
you,
you
John.
want,
This is why I always go to Press Passes 4 or less.
Oh,
I don't
man.
want. Do you want people self-inserting for you? No, you want to self-insert yourself.
Oh my
Visit
God.
Press Passes 4 less.
You're
Press Passes
changing
4
the
less
name.
has Press Passes 4 less.
that was the second one.
Oh,
That's
that was
the
the
second
second
one.
one.
Pass
Sorry.
Hub.
Decide Pass
Pass
Hub.
Hub.
Pass Hub is somebody already has it, Nick.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
that's
want, let's say for example, it's Christmas and dad wants to go to the Super Bowl as a press member, but he can't get a press pass. So little Joey decides to surprise dad for
With a
Christmas
schedule.
Inserts
with-
himself.
with a Super Bowl press pass from Press Passes 4 less. But because the website is not Press Passes 4 less, it's Pass Hub. Little Joey goes to type in Pass Hub and ends up on another site.
Joey.
Then we've corrupted the minds of the young people when it could have been easily avoided if we would have just gone with the URL Press Passes 4 less.
Yeah, no mistaken location there.
Tony says, does Press Passes for Less allow small media? Yes, we do not
Yeah,
discriminate
no.
against the
No, of course
bloggers.
not.
It's
No.
not always about
Against
the
the
size of the
Leave
media.
Boys.
Thank you. It's not about the size of the media.
I mean, you could be
It's
Tim
about the
Kirkjian on
motion
an
of the
exciting,
media.
Yeah.
colorful set, or you could be these pathetic losers who are on this drab set talking about Trey Young.
Is this happening instead of the series? Or the game's done for the day?
They got it.
It hasn't started yet, remember?
Oh, the
Little League
regional,
games.
whatever.
The hell are regionals anyway?
Uh,
Now
Oh,
it looks
maybe
like,
there's a rain out.
oh, bummer.
Wait a second. It said, oh man, we're getting ripped off.
By the way, Nick, Sean has an idea. If you want to bring back the newsletter,
all right.
Nick should write a piece called Weebs.
Oh, fun. I don't know what would be in there.
I can imagine many things, Nick. Many
You like to
things.
self-insert yourself into that one.
Mm.
Here's a bunch of anime and cat girls.
Those are things you will not find on Press Passes 4 less.
Are you sure?
exactly.
Positive.
There could be a little section for that.
No.
People like
No.
niche press stuff.
No, no,
Nice.
we don't. We will not be doing press passes for weeb festivals. It's only for legitimate sports.
Sorry, Nick. No Weeb festivals allowed.
It sucks. I was hoping that the Weeb would take off and then I could go to the Weeb festivals.
Yeah.
Have my own booth.
You think there is a Weeb festival?
Oh, there's absolutely.
Probably called Weebapalooza.
Well, they're called anime, whatever. Like there's one that happens in Anime Nebraska. There's Anime Iowa. Those are massive Weeb fests.
Do you think the people who buy the press passes off of presspassesforless.com will abide to the press rules?
Ooh.
Oh, you
Or will
have
they
to.
be loud and unruly?
Yeah, it's just like, you know how you have to go through and you have to check the things when you sign up for something? You have to check I agree to do all the things.
I will
the
be a
press
normal
pass.
person at this game.
Yeah.
I won't be a freak.
There will be no cheering in the press
Oh,
box.
you're gonna put some freaky
Do you-
stuff in the terms and conditions that people agree to, but they didn't read it.
Nope.
Will they wear quarter zips? You have to wear
That
quarter
has to be.
zips.
That can be the
Even
terms
in
and conditions.
August?
Well,
Even
probably
in
polo.
August?
Probably
Yeah.
polo.
Are you wearing a polo to the game?
I think I probably would.
Now, should
Can I black out the College World Series logo on my polo? So I don't want people to think I'm a baseball guy.
Can we have a clause where you have to carry
You
a
don't have another
Springsteen
zone
CD
Such
with
an
you?
idiot,
You don't have
John.
any other zone shirts?
This is not a flex. None of them fit anymore. They're too big.
Mm.
They're all
Well,
too big.
Just get them resized. You can do that, can't you?
I have done that with a polo. It is
Yeah,
very
just get some
strange.
clothespins.
It is very strange.
Just get some clothes.
Clothespins.
They'd have
Yeah,
to be
just
listening.
bunch it up in the back and use a clothespin.
They'd have to be listening to Springsteen in their AirPods when they
Oh,
walked into the stadium.
Oh, see, oof, man. Now you're hitting on a really touchy subject.
that's true.
Or what's the other one now? If they're younger, Jason Isbell. They listen to
is that
him.
with the media? Today's
What about
media?
what about Young Gravy? Could you make an argument for Young Gravy in media?
Media listens to Young Gravy?
The
There's
hell
some
is
media
that?
people that listen to Young Gravy.
What? Where? Who are these people?
Like younger Gen Z, Gen Z A, Gen Z B.
Really?
There's Gen Z B in the media.
Do we
now.
have any? How many?
I was just going to ask you, who's the youngest regular Nebraska media member now?
Do we have any Gen Z?
Is it Wilson Moore?
Oh yeah, he is tiny
Probably
baby
young Matt.
boy.
Matt is the answer. Matt's 23.
Does Matt listen to Young Gravy?
I bet I
Poll
can text
question.
him. I bet he listens to Young Gravy. He might be listening.
Him and I were texting right before the show. Man, he asked me a question that I was immediately like, John, this should be a topic, but our show is way too full today, so I might have to save it for tomorrow.
Oh.
But I could tease it with you.
Okay.
You want to be teased? It's a football topic.
Please,
I
pass this for
apologize.
less.
Please me, tease me.
Let's see. Where was it at? Matt McMaster. How much of this year do you think feels like 2019? I feel like the stories are pretty similar, but I wasn't here. Do you think that this offseason feels like 2019?
No,
That's what I told him.
not as much hype.
That's exactly how I feel too. I don't really think they're similar at all. Now he brought up some good points, right? Like year two quarterback, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But dude, and you've mentioned this. When 2018 Iowa ended, everyone wanted to fast forward. Like
I want to start the season now.
people didn't feel
Yeah.
that way after the bowl. People were like,
Yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah.
won, but it wasn't like
They had a lot of work to do. I mean,
correct.
yeah, a lot of things to do.
I have an update from Matt.
What does he say?
I asked, "Do you listen to Young Gravy?" And he said, "Nah, but he's cool."
Nah, but
All right.
he's cool.
Oh, it's a person?
Yes.
This isn't a band?
No, it's a boat full of gravy that is on TikTok that people love.
Oh man, I got a story to tell you guys about gravy.
Oh, please tell this gravy
yeah.
story.
Actually, is this actual gravy or this?
It's real gravy,
Oh,
John.
good,
It's
good.
not a human gravy,
Love
but
gravy.
it involves
Not human gravy.
it involves a human. So, trip to Dubuque this weekend. We always go to breakfast the morning we play at this little tiny, like I didn't even know if they took card or not. You know, they delivered.
So
a
you didn't
check,
go to Gary Dolphin's bar?
not for
Nice,
breakfast.
good
no. They
reference,
delivered a
John.
check and it's like handwritten, and they do the math on the piece of paper.
I
Like,
love it.
It's awesome.
That's great.
It's called Dottie's. We go there every year. We walk in. They look at us weird. They're like, who are these people? And we sit down and we eat a delicious breakfast. Next to us, there was a large family, probably 6 of them,
yeah.
sitting down for breakfast. It's 9 o'clock in the
A
morning.
typical Eastern Iowa farm family.
Yes.
Ha!
Yes. That's a good image to keep in your head.
Someone wearing John Deere gear.
I don't know about that for
Okay.
sure, but good. You got the right image, I
Yep.
think.
Yep.
Everybody gets breakfast except for the mother. The mother of the family orders a hamburger and French fries.
Yum.
What time of day is this?
9 o'clock.
This is unacceptable.
And she also orders a side of gravy and begins dunking the hamburger into the gravy
No.
and eating it. And I could not get over it. I was frozen.
What was
Was
could
it
you
white
tell-
or brown gravy?
It was brown, like
Oh,
not like turkey gravy. It was like the hard
it wasn't
stuff.
like sausage and like
no,
biscuits and
no,
gravy.
No, it was beef.
not
It was like
breakfast
it was a
gravy.
brown gravy,
Deep brown.
deep brown gravy. So it's
Yes.
a beef gravy. Now,
like an au jus.
could you tell what was on the hamburger?
No.
It might have been a breakfast burger.
What's that?
Breakfast burger.
What's that?
It's
Well, you would know. Was there a breakfast burger on the menu?
There wasn't eggs. There wasn't no eggs.
Okay.
There was no eggs in sight
Mm.
for
I-
on her plate.
Okay. On principle, I'm not against this unless you got a lot of stuff. Like, let's say a cheddar barbecue bacon burger. You should not be dipping that in the gravy.
No.
It was a pretty standard
Ugh.
burger.
If it was a plain burger,
It was a pretty I don't like there might have been something. It was pretty standard.
Mm.
See, I was in on this when he told me the story this morning until it got to the gravy, because I've always wanted a place where I could just get a hamburger at 7 in the morning. I would smash a 7 a.m. hamburger. but I wouldn't dip it in gravy.
I
That's too
generally
much.
have no issue with people ordering lunch at breakfast as a person who eats lunch at breakfast almost routinely.
Really?
But
Like every day?
Yeah, because I don't eat lunch.
I gotta protest though, because
But the gravy is where I stop.
This is just for me, but I don't have like the big breakfast very often, right?
Right.
The bacon, the eggs, whatever you want to call the big breakfast, omelet.
That's a weekend
Shrimp.
thing.
Right. But
And it
even
was.
then,
It was Saturday morning.
I might average like 1 or 2 of these types of
Yeah, we don't
breakfasts every month.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to be at a restaurant at breakfast time,
You're getting
I am
breakfast.
definitely not ordering lunch.
100%. I got a big pancake and an omelet.
Yum.
Now, if this is a typical Iowa farm family and maybe all this poor woman does every day is make big breakfast because Chuck, who's, getting ready to jump on the combine,
But
he's
then why
gotta
are
have his
they
big
at breakfast? Why isn't she back at home making
Well,
big
what?
breakfast?
This might have been her birthday, and it was like,
I
"Honey,
want a burger.
honey, I ain't gonna make you make pancakes this morning. Let's go over to Dottie's and you can have a hamburger and gravy."
What day was this again?
Saturday.
Saturday. Maybe. See, I was thinking maybe it's a pre-church thing, but clearly
It was not.
Yeah.
It was not. They weren't like dressed up to go anywhere.
I
You
don't
know?
think-
Was Dad wearing denim coveralls or denim overalls?
No. It wasn't like that country. It wasn't like that. Just a normal family.
Part of procedure here, Nick. I don't think when people do breakfast around church,
They
it's
go
always
after.
after.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
go before.
Well,
Because here's the problem:
Yeah.
if you go before church,
Sleepy time.
imagine if that Spanish omelet hits just a little different. And remember, they're wooden pews.
Oh, that's fair.
man.
When I was a kid, we used to get donuts before church because after
Yes.
church it was kind of too late to
yeah,
get
donuts.
breakfast.
Yeah, donuts. Yeah, but like a sit down,
It
Yeah.
would be sleepy time for
May
me.
the peace
Yeah.
be with
If
you
I
and
had
also
big-
with you.
I mean, church is sleepy
and
enough. You
your
don't want to have a big
spirit.
breakfast sitting there and you're like, "Oh man, them pancakes is hitting pretty hard this morning."
Yeah, you don't want that.
Oh,
RDJ fan says I can smell this story.
It's wild.
You just got to
dude.
time your fart with the hymn that
You
got to
see this
You can do
place. It's absurd.
Is
I
in
mean,
Dubuque?
It looks like it is stuck in the 80s.
Nice.
It's
Is it
truly
clean
amazing.
though?
Yeah,
Is it
it's
clean?
nice. Yeah.
Good.
Google pictures of it. It's
What's it called again?
Dottie's.
Dottie's in Dubuque.
Dottie's Cafe. Yeah.
Dottie's in.
Like they have like a real door. There's no entrance. It's just a door with a handle. It's like a house.
Oh,
Whoa,
look at that!
Nice.
Look at
I
that!
like that.
Wow,
Dottie's
look at
Cafe.
now. That's an interesting photo. So the photo on
Oh,
their website is
wow.
eggs, beans, bacon, toast, ham, sausage, and tomatoes.
I don't know. That might have been AI. I'm not sure.
No, this looks like a real photo, Happer. That is not what I want for breakfast.
No, I don't want beans. I'm not British.
Wait, where did you get the menu there?
It was just on the if you go to the website, that was the main
Oh,
photo.
there it is.
Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah. And you can go look at the menu.
That's like an English breakfast. They do the beans.
Yeah, I don't want that. That's weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
Why would they do
I'll
that?
tell you what, nothing at that place looked like that. They didn't have that nice
Interesting.
of plates.
I'm interested in English breakfast beans because they're not
Oh.
they're not like baked beans. It's a very specific type of beans.
No, thank you. I do not want beans with my breakfast.
Yeah, I agree.
If it's in a
Curious
burrito,
about
I'll
it.
eat it. but
I'm being curious.
I'm not being curious. I will. I want to spill those beans, Nick.
No.
I'd say, get them off my
I do
table.
think blood sausage is disgusting though.
I don't even know what that is.
It's just blood. It's just congealed blood.
Ah, that really?
Yeah.
What?
What the?
Blood sausage.
By the way, if you click on the
Is that
Dottie's
what the Brits are
Cafe,
eating?
Yeah.
Dude, they have bad taste.
when you
buds.
click on the Dottie's Cafe restaurant menu,
Yes,
look
I
at
saw that
look at
too.
the URL.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Is it Pass Hub?
Focking.top/menu.
Wow, that was almost a curse
That was
word.
really close.
Fokking. Focking.
Are you sure it's not Faux King?
or Foking?
Like faux, like
Like-
fucking?
Yeah, yeah.
Whoops. Dump that.
Yep.
I've been got! No!
For the record, he was talking about the
Fuck.
Vietnamese soup.
Yeah, Otto says it. Happy New Year.
See, I can't put
I
this in
was
the New
gonna
Year though
heap
because
on
I
the
won't be here to. I can't put this in the Happy New Year because I won't be here to dump it.
You can edit it out.
Oh my God.
I I mean, he called it pho.
I mean,
did.
I didn't space it enough, probably.
Awesome.
He's talking about the Vietnamese
We
soup
just
once
talked about
again.
this. If you've ever said a word,
Yeah, that
and
was my
you-
first time. I don't even think
Nice.
that counts.
Kids, if there was ever a time you need to make sure you go to our 1620thezone.tv or TV site, on the YouTube.
Yeah, now.
Because you can rewind it and just play it over
Why
and
would
over
Donnie's
and over.
do that?
It's like
to me?
32 minutes in if you want to do this later on. Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Paige just texted me and said, "Oh my god."
Yeah. A lot
Why
of
does
people
it say that, John?
I don't know.
as a bit.
It
I
is-
bet they do it as a bit.
But they don't know bits.
Dotties, are you doing this as
it's
a bit?
an 80-year-old lady.
Maybe
Well,
it's
first of
Gen
all-
ZB who made the URL.
It
First of all,
probably
why
is.
does Dottie's even need a website, right?
They don't? They don't have
But
computer.
they
There's not a
do.
single computer in that store.
By the way, people are pointing out that Nick said Vietmanies.
Vietmanies?
Yeah,
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese,
And- yeah,
honeys.
you just said it a third time.
Vietnamese. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got some.
Vietnamese.
Remember the Vietnam War?
Yeah.
Man, I can't say it normally. I say Vietnam normally.
See,
There you go.
I think you need to
Vietnamese.
start saying it like Forrest Gump, Vietnam. And you never,
Vietnam.
never
Wow.
just, you never worry about mispronouncing that
Yeah, that's fair.
or just Nam.
This is tornado all over again.
Or
Tornado.
Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Des
Moing.
Wow.
We'll get there.
Oh,
That
my
would
God.
be how you would say that, though.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I love pho.
This crossover started with me triggered in a
Yep.
way that
You
I haven't
still are.
been in. Yes, it's
I am
gonna.
so gonna watch this
I won't
segment
be
back so
untriggered
many
until
times
later.
today.
Yes,
I
good
didn't
times.
Didn't even realize that was the path we were going on.
You're gonna do it on the air.
No,
Come
no.
on, don't make me dump it again.
No,
I
I'm
don't think
not
it's
going to do it
rebuilt.
on the air. I just want to make sure I have it.
Mm,
Yeah, no, we're not fully back yet.
mm.
It's catching up.
Well, should we say Happy New Year and goodbye because we have Farron coming
There we
up?
do. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Happer. Thank
Happy
you.
New Year. I'm sure we will definitely be off that day.
Why not Hoiberg? I nearly choked on a fry from laughing. Dip that fry in some gravy with your burger.
Oh, then it's poutine.
It is poutine.
That is true. See, I thought when you said she was dipping something in the gravy, I thought she was going to do the
Fries.
fries.
Me too.
I was like, oh,
Oh,
that's
she
just
definitely was doing that too, but she was dipping the gravy in there. I don't know why she had the gravy in the first place.
Mm.
Where the gravy came from.
Alex says self-insertion faux king.
Thank you
Is there
for
enough-
the gap.
I feel like I feel like I'm an athletics announcer now, where I have to say Nick
Yeah.
Kurtz
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
with a big space in the middle.
Oh yeah.
Very, very tricky.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Enjoy the great weather.
See you in
and
2026.
Once again, congratulations to the Mariners for not making the World Series.
Once again, we're definitely not working.
Definitely not.
Definitely
That's
not.
why we're saying Happy New Year.
The crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Here we go with a Grum on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Mike writes, goated crossover. That crossover has been goated.
Yes, yes, it has.
Many people are wishing us happy New Year's with a space in there.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Joel says, I think we need a faux king shirt. That's a great idea. Man, if we were into merch.
If we were into merch.
That's too bad. The screenshot is glorious, John. Absolutely glorious. Jeff says, I rewatched it 5 times to see everyone's separate reaction. When Happer goes, I've been got! That was good stuff.
And of all the things, it started with a story about a woman eating gravy with her hamburger.
Who could have known?
It's amazing where these things can come from. It kind of just happens.
Who could have known?
It just kind of happens. But again, if you want to check out the best moment in the crossover, just go to our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not already a subscriber, you should.
My gosh, go like and subscribe.
And the best part is, if you're catching the show live, but maybe you have to leave the room, you can always pause it and then come right back to it.
That's true. It's a great technological advancement in radio in the last 5 years. Thank you, COVID. Without COVID, we'd be on the radio only. It's still AM radio.
YouTube still existed before COVID.
Yeah, but it didn't have us on it every day. Every day.
Yeah.
What will you be doing?
If you're wondering, there's the screenshot.
Good stuff.
What I didn't realize though is how close I was when I first said it. I was really close. But Connor went right over the top.
Didn't register with me the first time.
I could tell watching your reaction. Look at your reaction.
Yeah.
John realizes, I realize it. Nick's like, I'm thinking about those leaves.
I was thinking about those leaves.
I'm wondering if I could still go to Press Passes for Less and get my tickets to Weebapalooza.
Mm-hmm. Understandable.
Well, this is the program brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Today's show is a busy one.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Nick.
On the Grum Down, presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Do we have defensive concerns out of the open practice?
Michael Severe sure did.
Mike Farron will join us to talk about not those things. No growth without stress. No growth without stress. Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7 will be here.
Okay.
25 teams today. Boom, boom, boom. Here come the Irish. Boom, boom. Here come the Irish.
Can this be a team that wins
Here come the Irish.
their first national championship since the year of my birth, 1988?
Pete Sampson, who has been covering the Irish, Notre Dame,
for a long time. I don't know if it's been since 1988, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, but he works with the Athletic. He will be joining us.
Hell yeah, nice get, Nick. He's joining us in the video, by the way.
Yeah. Can a good season follow a loss to Cincinnati? Does a loss to Cincinnati count if Josh doesn't have a press pass?
Well, I will, so we're good to go there.
Mitch Holt's Chiefs training camp update. Today, it's going to be about Xavier Worthy.
Nice, good reference.
Or Xavier. Steve Sipple in the happy hour.
Awesome.
We got rankings, polls, odds, technology, and stuff.
Wow, that's a lot of things.
Yeah, we do. And how in the do you miss first base?
Is that a Cubs reference?
Yes.
Is that a Cubs reference? I also saw the thing that happened in left field with your left fielder where he thought the ball had gone by him and suddenly he was looking around everywhere. Where's the baseball? Where's the baseball?
Those things do happen.
It happened.
The white ball up against the
green. Yeah.
Against the green.
How wouldn't it blend in? I understand.
I don't know. 402-951-1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Noise.
There is the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com, where we can get such great references or correspondence like the one we got this morning from Jake in Orlando.
This was quite the email to wake up to this morning.
I was confused. It writes,
me too.
So Sean Callahan mentioned that the Husker offensive coordinator, Dana Holgorsen, was the best Nebraska's had since 2014's Tim Beck. Funny, I remember one Omaha talk host referring to Beck as being, quote, so bad. Yet he was hired by Urban Meyer for defending national champion Ohio State in 2015, but not as offensive coordinator.
Got him.
Who was he talking about? You?
So who was the email
or
sent?
All of us.
So who was the email sent to? It was sent to you and me.
It was sent to me, you,
and
Gary, and the radio station just up the road here.
Okay.
North of us.
So it was one of us three. Is the implication? It was one of us three?
One of us four.
One of us four.
Because it was also sent to
I guess it could have been someone at that other station.
It could have been.
I guess so. I assumed that it was directed at me because people love telling me when I was wrong, though I don't. By the way, Sean Callahan saying this is the best OC since Tim Beck does not mean it's a compliment of Tim Beck. It could mean...
Well, it doesn't mean it's a compliment of Dana Holgorsen.
It could mean disrespect of everybody in the time since.
Well, yeah, but...
Also, Jake, you are a dork, man. Who cares? We're relitigating Tim Beck now?
Well, first off...
My God. I can't wait for Eric and Fremont to email about Bo Pelini.
Now, we've only seen 3 games of Dana Holgorsen at Nebraska, but I think we have to go back a little further based on his reputation.
Mm-hmm.
To go back a little further to compare to one Dana Holgorsen.
Yeah, I guess that's
anyway,
true.
Those are the kinds of emails we can get, and you can send them.
Wow, is this true from Theo? Callahan and Sipple talk about JP, that would be me, pooping on Pelini every few months. Wow, am I living rent-free in Sipple and Sean's head because I thought Bo was a bad coach?
Is this on their podcast?
Must be.
You can ask him.
I will ask him.
You need to ask him.
Interesting. I will. Maybe I will. I'll ask him today. Do you talk trash on me?
You talk trash on me because I think your boy Bo isn't that good?
Yeah.
He wasn't that good?
Yeah.
There's also the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Yeah.
A lot of things happening there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Including a link to our YouTube channel so you can go back and relive over and over and over again.
Very good stuff.
The moment from the crossover.
Very, very good stuff.
So there's the Grum.
Awesome.
Down.
Nice job, Nick.
Thank you.
An excellent job. An excellent job. John Butler today spoke at Nebraska post-practice.
Yeah.
With a few things to say. One thing, though, I found interesting, and this was from Sam McEwen's column. It wasn't a column, but it was like
the 5 things we've learned.
Yeah, the 5 things
I enjoyed
we've
this.
learned.
Yeah, this was fun.
The options with Nebraska pass defense. I'm going to read this verbatim.
Okay.
Again, courtesy of Sam McEwen, HuskerExtra.com, Omaha.com. Nebraska defensive coordinator John Butler has options for his pass defense, including the pass rush, where NU has 4 distinctly different styles of jack linebacker, coverage linebackers, Javen Wright, and blitzing linebackers, Vincent Shavers, and all kinds of sizes and skill sets at safety and nickel. If the Huskers competed in a spread-heavy league like the Big 12, which they don't, they'd be in great shape for the 40-odd passes they'd face every game. The key for Nebraska's defense may be getting to third down, where Butler can pick and choose his personnel and play calls. Very interesting. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for Sam, but it sounds like he's kind of describing this unit a little bit more to those late Bo Pelini defenses in the Big 12, which were really set up to try to stop the pass.
Yeah.
But where were they? Where did they end up being susceptible, especially once they moved to the Big 10? Versus the run.
People forget that Wisconsin ran for many yards on many averages against Nebraska.
And so it does make you wonder, and this is juxtaposed with what Butler had to say today, because obviously one of the biggest talking points about the defense in the offseason is the defensive line and how good they're going to be, or how good people are worried that they may not be as good as they were last year. And Butler said today, we don't really address that there is a narrative, talking about the bigger conversation outside the program about the defensive front. Now, we're not fools. We know that the players are on social media. What the outside says about us doesn't have any impact on what we're doing. So they're trying to, push back at the narrative that's out there, but they're also acknowledging, yeah, it exists, and maybe for good reason. And it goes back to what Sam was talking about. Now I know he's talking about the secondary, but it does make you wonder if this team's a little bit better in terms of personnel and skill set of being a better pass defense than it is being a better run defense.
Yeah. Well, and in this league, just going back to it, that can cause a whole host of issues at times. We keep talking about the Michigan game, rather, the Minnesota, that could be another one. And that Michigan game, I think, is going to tell us a whole host of things. I know that I am like a lot of people right now that are thinking to yesterday's conversation with Michael because of how well Michael knows ball, and how, I don't want to say we take what he says as the gospel, but when he says stuff like he did yesterday, it either gets me excited or it gives me pause. And I left yesterday's conversation about the defense very much in the pause mode, and I know I gave you a little kudos yesterday too, because you have been someone who has been a little more down, I think, on the defense than anybody else, just because of the questions that they have and the things that they are, the players that they're having to replace, especially on the defensive line.
I think this first game is going to be exactly the kind of test Nebraska needs. A team that has a quarterback that can run, that will try to run it. Because I think that's where the bread is buttered. I've said it before. If you could tell me today what the run defensive numbers are going to look like, I think I can give you a good idea of how everything else is going to play out.
Yeah.
And if those numbers are satisfactory, I'm not even saying that good. I'm just saying if they're satisfactory, I think this team has a chance to hit a lot of its goals and maybe exceed the 8 or 9 wins. But if it's a little substandard, just a little substandard, could be an issue this year. And so this is going to be the first really big watch for me. And it goes back to what we kind of the question du jour last week.
When we're at Arrowhead.
Of when we're at Arrowhead. The question du jour, and that is of last week, which is a bigger concern? It's a run offense or a run defense? And I still lean run defense, even with the running back room being a little iffy, not having a lot of depth. I still trust the offensive line being able to get some things done on that side of the ball. The big question for me is the run defense. And the last couple of days, hearing Michael yesterday, kind of reading a little bit of what was said today, it's going to be really fascinating. I'm not saying they're going to be bad, but that to me is going to be the barometer for this year's defense.
Yeah, and so then thus, how does Cincinnati decide to attack them? And that's always the fun part about an opener is, unlike, in the NFL, you go in with no preseason, you have no idea kind of what to expect. You don't know the exact game plan and what that's going to look like. And that makes this type of stuff really, really fun.
And yesterday we had it on. It was the Big 10 and 60, the Iowa game from last year. Forget about the end result. You just watch how that defense just absolutely shut down Iowa. Just shut them down. Now, a lot of that was we also didn't respect your quarterback to be able to complete a pass.
Yeah.
So they could really sell out to stop the run. But that was a good run defense. It was a good run defense. And that this year's team is, I think a lot is going to be defined on how it can stop the run. Because especially you look early in the season, Michigan, that might be a team depending on.
They're going to want to run the ball. And they have a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
But they have a mobile quarterback too.
They do. And so that could really tell an early season tale.
Yes.
Or tale for Nebraska. So I'm more on all of those things, of course, with Brunts and Sip. We got a lot of Husker stuff to come today. Also, we have Vegas odds on Big Ten statistics.
Wow, you can bet on anything these days.
You can bet on anything. Again, 402-951-1620. If you want to join us here this afternoon, don't forget, go to 1620thezone.com. You can register to win those $100 gift cards that we give away each week from Prairie Flower Casino. And when we come back, Mike Farron will join us. We'll talk a little baseball. here on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
There's like a universal distress sign. You know how sometimes you fly the flag upside down? It's a universal distress signal.
Yes.
If we ever bring Farron on and that fan isn't running, we know that there's something wrong.
That would be bad. That would be bad.
Yeah, that would be a real problem that we'd have to replace the fan. I have a question, though. I saw that Happer was talking earlier about Dottie's Cafe in Dubuque. Best cinnamon rolls in the world. I've been to Dottie's a million times.
Would you say that they are the best faux king cinnamon rolls in the world, Mike?
Yes, I would say that, but probably not quite the way that you did.
Have you ever said the F word on the radio before?
Yeah.
How many times?
Once that I got caught.
Same. That you got caught. Interesting.
Oh, that you got caught. So what, you were doing Art Bell's overnight show and you just
Oh man, that would have been so much fun to fill in for Art Bell. Golly. Although he's probably to blame for all the conspiracy theories. I think one time I was describing somebody's breaking ball as being filthy, and I used a certain adjective ahead of it because I was like very sleepy.
Nice.
That was not during a College World Series broadcast.
Never. Mike would never do that.
Did not happen there.
No, but it was filthy. It was a nasty slider, but yeah.
So, I bet it was.
Yeah, every once in a while you can get a little casual.
Yeah, you can. Speaking of getting a little casual,
what you got for us?
Well, the Chicago National League Ball Club has been playing kind of casual.
I saw they lost last night.
Yeah. It's been fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's too early to tell, Mike.
You might say that, I may have said a few Dottie's Cafe URLs last night. watching that game. But speaking of that division, the team that's ahead of them, the Brewers, they're right back in the same position they seemingly are always in. They're leading the division, playing very good baseball. But did they do enough to improve their status of going beyond just winning the division, which they've done the last few years?
I mean, it's too early to tell. I mean, it's funny. I was just having a text conversation about this with Mike Petriello from MLB.com. Like literally 5 minutes ago, we were talking about the National League playoff race. Mike's a big Dodgers fan, and we were going through some of the struggles of Mookie Betts, and because we're going to do a breakdown of him on our show tomorrow, and talking a little bit about Freddie Freeman, and I was just saying that one of the teams that I'm really intrigued about in the postseason is the Brewers, because they don't chase, they swing at strikes, they make a ton of contact. The big question is, do they have enough power? And like, if they have a run in the postseason, I think it'll be a little bit like the 23 Diamondbacks, where people talk an awful lot about small ball with them, but really the story is going to be that they hit the ball out of the ballpark at a rate higher than what they had during the regular season. And that's homers win games, right? So they don't have a ton of power. Some of it is because Churio didn't get off to a great power start this year, and I know he's going to be out for another 2 to 4 weeks, it looks like, with a hamstring. Rhys Hoskins, when he comes back, should provide some. Andrew Vaughn certainly is swinging the bat well for them. So there could be better power potential for them down the stretch and into the postseason. But I think that's a fascinating aspect of that team, is that they make the right swing decisions. Mm-hmm. They just don't run the ball out of the yard. And it kind of feels like you need both in order to win in the playoffs. And so, like, that's one of the reasons why I like most people like the Dodgers is, yeah, they've got great starting pitching and all of that, but they have guys that can mash, Now, some of them, Freddie Freeman strikeouts are up, and Betts has not made a lot of quality contact this year, and I don't know if that's going to continue or not. I mean, certainly he's had enough injuries and illness over the last year that makes you think that that's a real possibility that he doesn't. But I think that there's something to be said for those teams that really make good swing decisions. I think that, to me, that's the number one thing that I'm looking for in a quality team in the postseason is, do you swing at strikes? Do you put strikes in play? Do you hit strikes hard? And they've got 2 out of the 3 right now.
Mike, you mentioned Mookie Betts, and the fans gave him a standing ovation last night at the beginning of the baseball game. He has really struggled. He went 0 for 4 last night. How much of this is the residuals of his offseason? Do we call it a health scare? Whatever was going on. I mean, he lost 15 to 20 pounds. I know that was a big.
It wasn't off season. It was in season. It was when he went to Japan.
That's right. That's what it was. Yeah.
So that's funny because we were literally, I mean, again, it's almost like you were reading Mike and my text, which make me very concerned that you have spyware on my computer now, which I would not put past you because you're kind of.
There is no Dottie's Cafe URL way that Josh would do that.
By the way, Kenneth, I do like pho. It is the king. So yeah, I think there's a couple things that could be at play, right? So Betts broke his hand last year. Hand injuries take a long time to recover from, and you started to see kind of the quality of contact dissipate a little bit there. And then I think you have an off season that is a month shorter because they played all the way to the end of the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that really impacts guys, especially players who are a little bit older. And then there's the illness beyond it. And I think all of those things probably help to contribute to a player who's getting older anyway, having some of the struggles. So I think that's probably a combination. That's part of what, because it just went through and watched 30 plate appearances of his, and it's not like he's making bad swing decisions. It's not like his timing's bad. I think it's just probably a lot of things, not the least of which, and maybe the most concerning is that, Father Time waits for no one, right? And so, we're all going to get older, and as we get older, those physical skills decline. So can he turn back the clock? He probably needs an off season to do it. He can still manage at bats. He can still walk. He still needs to find ways probably to use the middle of the field a little bit better, and maybe shorten up some and try to be a little bit different Mookie Betts at this point. But I think he's certainly capable of that. But I'm not sure that you're going to see the massive home run threat that he was a couple of years ago come back in the near future, just because I think the injuries and the illness really, really begin to have a big impact on him here.
Yesterday, 2 of the players that were traded for last week by contending teams, the Cubs, Mike Soroka gets pulled after 2 innings, has shoulder fatigue.
Did that bother you? I'm just kind of curious. Did that bother you at all?
Oh, I may have said a few things that were reminiscent of Dottie's Cafe's URL. But he goes to the IL. Meanwhile,
you like the soup?
Yeah, the soup was faux.
Pho.
King good.
It was. It's not pronounced pho.
It was pho. Jake Bird, meanwhile, gets sent down to AAA by the Yankees. King,
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just get it in there.
Yeah.
Surprised that we've already seen a couple of misfires in these trades?
I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily misfires, right? It's just what can you do when a guy gets hurt? It happens. I mean,
right.
A misfire would assume that they missed something in the medicals, and I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I mean, with Soroka, the fastball velocity was trending in the wrong direction, but I think even if you get the medical report on him, the shoulder stuff doesn't necessarily show up, and I don't think that the velocity necessarily says that that's the reason that indicates a shoulder issue, because you're talking about a guy that hadn't started and pitched this many innings in a long time. So it very well could have been fatigue, and maybe the fatigue leads to the shoulder. So, I mean, guys get hurt after the trade deadline all the time. It's just a matter of whether or not you can get them back quickly. So I would caution saying that it's a big mistake, or that things have fallen apart too quickly. I think certainly you can question the impact of what teams are trying to acquire at the deadline, but especially when it comes to Soroka, I'm I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I mean, let's see how long he's out for. If he's only out for a couple of weeks, he comes back and is part of their bullpen. I don't think it's a big deal.
The funny thing is, sorry, Josh, is, he was the one guy, who, and I know he was bullpen too, but, started. Cubs did not go after a frontline starter.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you, or was it maybe a tell because particularly Owen Casey, they didn't want, it seemed like they really wanted to hold on to him.
So here's the thing with Casey is that like he's punching out 30% of the time in AAA. Like those guys.
Oh, so he'll fit in right now with the Cubs offense.
Well, those guys don't tend to be great big leaguers. I mean, I do think there probably is an element of like the guys that people were interested in were more Jackson Wiggins, the pitching prospect, and then, probably maybe Moises Ballesteros, although some people have concerns about him because he's not the most, he doesn't have the sexiest body, let's say. Oh, I mean, let's this way. If you like a sexy body like mine, Moises Ballesteros might be your cup of tea. Or Jefferson Rojas, who I think there's some questions about what his position ultimately is, but it could have been that it was less about Casey and more about the other players that were being pursued. I think the other thing is, and they're right to say this, so you'll notice that like none of the other frontline starters moved, but certainly they have the players that weren't blocked could have done that. They could have moved the needle, and certainly, and for controllable pieces, so I don't know exactly where that disconnect comes from, but I also don't think that you necessarily need to add that top line starter to win in the postseasons. I mean, I think the Dodgers kind of proved that. Although Yamamoto was their one quality starter, I think the Cubs have enough starting pitching. The key is, can you miss enough bats? And I thought the Kittredge move was a really good one. I think Taylor Rogers' strikeout numbers have been pretty good, although the stuff has been diminished the last couple of years. I would have liked to have seen them push in for Yon Duran or Griffin Jacks or something like that. And Jacks, it sounds like that because the Rays had such early conversations with it, that when Jacks kind of let it know that he wanted to be traded, that the Twins were able to accommodate. But that's the move that I think I would have been more excited about than just pushing in for any starting pitcher, because the teams are smart enough to know that the roles of starting pitchers should be limited in the postseason, because your bullpen options should be better that third time you face the lineup in a game than most every starter, unless you have Tarek Skubal or Zach Wheeler. And
by the way, Andy,
third-time numbers are terrible.
Ooh, this is a great idea for the holiday season.
Andy wants a swimsuit calendar with Farron and Bartolo Colon.
I would wreck those guys in that calendar.
Let's quick put together a bad male swimsuit calendar. Bartolo Colon.
Wow, are you going to say Mike Farron's name?
No. CC Sabathia, middle of career. Sid Fernandez.
El Cid was my favorite because he couldn't pitch unless he was fat. Like
David Wells.
David Wells, that's a good one.
Thank you.
I'll think of some others later.
Babe Ruth.
Jimmy Anderson. Do you remember Jimmy Anderson? Reds, Cubs, briefly, portly lefty.
I don't.
We could add a Rich Garces to that. His nickname was El Guapo, remember?
That's a fun nickname.
Means the handsome.
Handsome.
Garces did not have a neck, so yeah.
Mike,
he was a bowling ball.
I don't think we asked this exact question last week, and so I apologize if we did. But now that the deadline is passed and the dust is settled, like, instead of asking maybe who helped their chances most, like, what moves do you like the most as it pertains to potential noise being made in October?
Well, I love what the Padres did. I thought that was fantastic. I mean, they gave up a lot to get those guys, but they shortened games. They added starting pitching depth. They got 2 legit bats for their lineup. I thought the Freddie Fermin trade was one of the most underappreciated deals. They got an everyday catcher. They got a regular catcher. That guy was catching a lot for the Royals, and he's pretty good, and apparently a great makeup guy, like good teammate, super smart. He's been in the Royals organization a long time. I thought they absolutely crushed the deadline. They took a good team and they made it deeper, and they made it deeper in the things that you need to be able to win short series in October. I thought they were fantastic. And I think the Mariners fit the mold too. I think that's another one that, they had real need to add impact offensively, and they got the best corner bats available on the market. And the cost of acquisition on rental bats is never all that high, and they paid a decent price. I think a market rate price, but it just goes to show you what the rate is for bats. And so adding Naylor, adding Suarez to that lineup, huge difference makers, I think, for them. So those are the two that stood out. And the one that I think is the honorable mention is Kansas City. I appreciate the fact that they're constantly trying to win. And I thought adding 2 starting pitchers, or, I think Burgett's probably a starter long-term. Stephen Kolek's probably more like a reliever in the end, and a decent one from San Diego for Fermin was a good move. I think, getting Grichuk and Yastrzemski to just give them more competent offensive pieces in the outfield, adding pitching depth. I just thought that they had a really nice deadline, because I liked the fact that they want to win, because they pushed in more than some teams that are better positioned to win. And I hope they get rewarded for it, because that's one of the things I respect the most about JJ Piccolo, is that he's not interested in punting seasons. His predecessor Dayton Moore wasn't really either. I mean, the realities of the situation were that if he had punted maybe the 2016 season, that the rebuild wouldn't have been as deep as the length of time before last year's postseason appearance, when it was in 8 years, whatever, from 14 to 24, I guess, right? So 10 years.
10 years.
So yeah, so I think, or 15 to 24, so 9 years. So I think there was a lot to like about what they did too. They didn't give up a ton to get what they added, but they added pieces that were helpful for them for this year, and then some pieces that are controllable beyond. And they re-signed Seth Lugo, which I thought was a great play too. So I think Kansas City deserves a lot of credit for what they did.
As I was typing this sentence this morning, I was having some backwash. I was getting a little sick, a little nauseous.
Are the Cardinals really good?
No, it's not that. It's the Marlins.
No, you hate the Marlins.
They held on to their big pieces, and they're only 6 games back in the wild card. Do we have to actually consider that this could be a threat? Maybe not to get there. Maybe they won't get there, but at least be a threat.
Well, I mean, it was really exciting watching them sweep the Yankees, and then they absolutely laid an egg last night against the Astros, right?
Yeah.
You got Sandy Alcantara on the mound and give up 5 in the 4th. I don't know that we have to seriously consider them, but I do think, and we spent some time on it this morning too, that listen, they now probably have tougher decisions to make with Sandy Alcantara and Edward Cabrera this winter as to whether or not they want to move them. It looks like they have a catcher of the future in Augustin Ramirez, who has been a very good power hitter. Kyle Stowers was an all-star, continues to play like one. Their middle infield seems pretty settled with Otto Lopez and Xavier Edwards. I'm curious to see whether or not Jacob Marcy can play defense well enough to be an everyday center fielder. They just brought him up. And I liked him a lot when I saw him in the fall league, but I thought it was like quality 4th outfielder type, right? Like a guy that can run into a few and steal some bases and does some pretty good things offensively, but doesn't have enough power to play a corner and is a little bit short in center field. If he can play a competent defense in center, they might have something, because the bat should play as a center fielder. So I think less about this year and more about, hey, does this change the equation of what they should be looking for in the winter? Is a very fair ask. And I think the next 2 months are going to give us better clarity on that. I feel like they're a little over their skis. I mean, they've been outscored by 30 runs on the year. But even if they end up at like 75 and 87, that's pretty great growth.
Mike, a lot of the Yankee fans in my life are really upset with their baseball franchise.
Yes.
Are they going to be?
Why?
Are they going to be more upset when Brian Cashman and Aaron Judge are back for the 2026 season?
Brian Cashman just those guys just got extended. They're not going anywhere.
All right, just want to make
I don't know what, like, I don't know. And like, furthermore, I don't know what, and we were talking about this again today. Like,
I'm in your text.
All Aaron Boone does is, well, this was on the radio, so you may have been, well, if it hadn't been a baseball only channel, you might have been listening. You had multiple baseball games.
By the way, we signed up for something and it gave us a free 3 months.
Oh,
we were in the car the other day.
Thanks for paying for it. I appreciate it. After all the free content I've given you for how long? And you can't even pay for a subscription? I'm going to start reading Dottie's Cafe website at you.
Man, get ready to dump.
Listen, like Aaron Boone keeps saying, he's like, we need to play better, and they do. I mean, I think that there's Like this is not some like vast conspiracy with the Yankees. They just have not had good defensive players. Anthony Volpe has not had a good year defensively. He's actually a very good defensive shortstop. Defense goes into slumps too. And I think that's been a problem. Having Ryan McMahon there, their defense should get better. Jazz Chisholm made a boneheaded decision. It wasn't that he got doubled off. It's that he thought Xavier Edwards was potentially going to drop the ball and that he might need to hustle the second. And really the play there is just stay at first base. And if they double you off, fine. You've got one of the best base runners, not fastest, but best decision makers on the bases, and Paul Goldschmidt there, and save it first. So I think a lot of these are from pressing, and I think that team is tight. I think the manager is wearing it. I think the general manager always wears it. And I think that's part of where they're at. But they're also like the second wild card team right now in the American League. And, all you have to do is make the playoffs to have a chance. And Aaron Judge comes back tonight. So, let's not overreact. It's August 5th.
All right. So as we wrap things up.
Yeah.
Rank the divisions by most intriguing race to the finish.
Well, AL West is number one, I think.
AL West is number one.
Go Mariners!
I thought
Seattle,
AL East would be number one.
No, I think AL West is the most intriguing.
Don't just do this to placate Stibbs.
Stibbs is so
it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that the Astros have dominated that division for 10 years, and they are way out over their skis, I think, based on what their talent is right now. They also seem vulnerable, and the Rangers are pretty good, and the Mariners look better.
Okay.
So, I think that's a 3-team race that's really interesting.
Okay.
I would probably put the NL East next.
Okay.
It's only 2 teams, but I think they're 2 really good teams.
Yes.
I think I'd probably put the NL Central.
Then
the AL East.
You can bag that one. That one's over.
Okay, great. And then I would put the NL West, because the Dodgers lead is only 3 games over the Padres. So I think those 5 decisions, and then then I'll just take the rest in a gift certificate, as they used to on.
There's a reference.
to Dottie's.
There's a reference.
Yes, to Dottie's, where I'll get some soup.
Oh,
do you know
my
what
God.
kind of soup, Josh?
It's called
By the way, we got a text from one of our sales people here, which with a sentence to not read on the air, but to read off the air. And it's about sofas. Sofa Kings. Indeed.
Oh, very
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah. We will not be reading it on the air.
Unreal.
Yeah. Have you watched the video yet, by the way, Mike, of Happer reading what he did in the crossover?
No, I did not. I just saw a reference to Dottie's Cafe, and I was like, oh, and the FCC? I mean, I probably would have said some pretty choice things after eating one of the cinnamon rolls on the air. Because
Happer dropped his first ever F-bomb on the radio.
It had nothing to do with the food. It's all
the
about
URL.
the URL address of their menu.
Which I think the person who did it, they know what they're doing. They definitely know what they're doing.
They were going to trick an Omaha radio station into pronouncing it on the air.
They should give us free food for that.
They should.
You really should get that. Like, if you're ever in Dubuque, seriously, Dottie's is great. Like, it's one of the best breakfast places. Like, it's very, very good. I have a lot of fond memories.
He loved it. He thought it was great.
Did he think it was? How great did he think it was? Did he think it was?
He thought it was fa
King. Good.
Great.
Yeah, great.
Great.
Grand.
This is what you need to do is, like, we have taken this because it's satellite radio. We can take these 4-letter words and not use them, and we have started assigning Braves pitchers for all of them, former Braves pitchers.
Oh, no.
You know that bit, right? So we use Mike Fultonevich's name a lot. We use John Smoltz.
Oh, this is
we use
good.
Paul Ossenmacher.
Paul Ossenmacher.
We use Mike Pilecki. And it really works well. And you don't have to worry about the FCC then. All you're doing, it's a baseball channel. All we're doing is talking about 80s and 90s Braves.
You have to worry about the FCC. You're on satellite. I thought you could say whatever you want on satellite. Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you should go on there and say the F word tomorrow.
Yeah, but Manfred's listening, you know.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
Wait, Manfred's not listening? I thought he owned
He
the
loves
place.
baseball.
Oh, that's right.
He loves baseball.
Gene Garber. Gene Garber is always my go-to 80s Braves pitcher.
Yeah, the problem is that it doesn't line up so well with a
No, it doesn't, but you're
good
right.
word. You like the way he twisted his back to home plate.
Oh, my
and stared at
God.
the runner at second.
I used to mimic him pitching. If you ever Google
I did too.
Google Gene Garber. He'd have his plant leg on the rubber. He would twist on that leg, and basically, you're watching it from center field camera, face you, and then come through with his sidearm motion. It was the goofiest damn thing. The goofiest damn thing.
Love me some Gene Garber.
Yeah, good stuff. Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio, which I pay for the subscription.
Thank you,
That's
John.
awesome.
I appreciate your love and support.
I have been a loyal subscriber for like 20 years.
Holy
Josh,
crap.
Yeah.
That's
You can go
absurd.
read Daddy's Cafe's website.
I will, Mike. Thank you. I'm sorry that I don't subscribe to satellite radio.
Well, now you've got a chance once your trial is over.
Once the trial is over, that's definitely true.
Yeah, when you're hooked there on channel 89
Yeah.
and you can't get enough of it, you're just going to.
Is that the baseball channel?
I have a feeling. How many years have I done this with you? Going back to when you were a producer.
A long
you
time.
Still don't know where I work.
SiriusXM MLB Radio. I'll next week.
Channel
Wrong.
89.
Also, you got the name wrong.
It's not SiriusXM. What is it?
MLB Network Radio.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
I should change my prep sheet.
Josh, you really need to change your prep sheet.
I will.
I'm going to pour a hot bowl of soup in your lap the next time I see you.
Thank God that's not for another 10 and a half months.
You don't know that. I'm still trying to make the Northwestern.
That's right. We're doing the Northwestern trip.
I forgot about that.
And we can get Mike a press pass on Press Passes for Less.
Indeed we can. Indeed we can.
All right. See you, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Bye, guys.
There he is,
Next
Mike.
week.
Farron.
Bye.
Bye. So it's MLB Network Radio?
Yeah, it's MLB Network Radio.
Wow. All right.
Channel 89.
It says SiriusXM MLB Radio.
And the
here.
best thing, Josh, all you have to do is punch the up button once, and you're on NASCAR radio. So your two favorite channels.
Can I block
right there,
that?
No, to be
back
fair,
back.
MRN kicks ass.
Can you block Sirius
Is it
channels?
still MRN, John?
I would hate to
Yeah,
accidentally stumble upon NASCAR radio.
Good stuff.
All right.
All right. As we continue,
We got Brunt soon.
we got Brunts coming up soon.
We got Notre Dame soon. By the way, our resident Notre Dame fan in the audience, Kenneth, is jacked about not only that we're talking about the Irish, but who Nick got as our guest.
good.
Who almost joined us for this segment. That
He
could have
did.
been crazy.
He did. But coming up, we're going to find out what Matt Rule is preaching about. Preaching about stress. And Phil Steele has weighed in on Nebraska football.
God.
Get ready, kids.
I will.
You're going to be excited on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my brand new friends. KRTrelief.com is the website, and there you can find their KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. We were able to connect throughout that men's baseball tournament that we had in Omaha a month and a half ago. And if you have been a longtime listener of the show, you know that I love to get outside and run. And if you have been listening since January, I imagine that you have heard me mention the injury that I dealt with throughout my training for the Boston Marathon. I wish that I would have had KRT Athletic Muscle Cream in my life throughout January, throughout February, throughout March, because this has helped me out a ton. Fast and effective pain relief cream that is designed to help with muscle fatigue, with strains, cramp pain, deep muscle back pain, and a whole lot more. It has done wonders for me in recent months since I had a chance to try it for the first time. It can do the same thing for you. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com. Also, get 10% off your orders there, and any order over $15, you get free shipping, which is essentially you're getting something for free there. It is an incredible deal. Go there today, krtrelief.com. What?
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
What's happening?
Yeah.
It is official. The National Football League has suspended for the first 3 games of the 2025 regular season from the NFC Central Division. Defending
Central?
North.
What year is it, John?
It's 1988.
Nice.
North Division runner-up Minnesota Vikings Jordan Addison will miss the Bears game, the Falcons game, and the Bengals game to start the season. This stems from an arrest that happened a year ago. Or no, was this year? Yeah, it was a year ago.
Oh, wow.
2 misdemeanor DUI charges. July 12th, 2024 arrest near LAX.
Yikes.
He was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol and driving with at least, he was over the legal limit. They didn't say exactly what the legal limit or what the BAC was, but he was over the legal limit. And a police officer found him asleep at the wheel of a white Rolls Royce blocking a lane of I-105 near the airport.
Yikes.
This, of course, came a year after. July is not a good month for Jordan Addison because in July 2023, he was cited for driving up to 140 miles an hour on a Minnesota freeway.
How fast?
140.
What the hell?
Oh, I remember that.
I don't. That's not good. Wow. Brendan writes, good F the Vikings. Dottie's URL, the Vikings, says Brendan. Speaking of that, by the way, John writes, I like this bit. Now I can say things like Turner Corcoran Dottie's URL sucks if he makes it on the field. Or Matt Rule is a Dottie's URL terrible in-game manager. This is fun. Not good for the Vikings, though.
Nope.
And remember, they have essentially a rookie quarterback as their starter this year.
They do.
J.J. McCarthy.
They do.
Kenneth writes, did he play at Georgia? Good joke. No, he played at USC.
No, but
which is like the Georgia of the West.
They call it Georgia of California. They definitely do, Nick.
So we're at that time of year where we're getting some good propaganda coming from the Mother Nation.
Pamphlets.
This one features Matt Rule.
Oh,
he is on the practice field and he's getting ready to walk in. You know, the new weight room there at the new Osborne Legacy campus or facility or whatever they call it. Yeah. I liked it better when it was just the Osborne Center, you know, to be honest with you. But
everyone loves doing wordy things these days.
But the weight room is right off the practice field. I mean, you literally walk right through the big glass door.
Right there.
It's full of a bunch of poop from that steer that they had the other day.
Nice, Nick.
Oh,
but here is Matt Rule talking about the price that must be paid and how stress makes a man stronger.
Practice, first practice of the week. See the D-line work in Indy. See the injured guys. I think one of the things I truly believe and I try to tell the guys is like, there is no growth without stress.
No growth.
And stress comes at you a ton of different ways. You got to create stress on the football field. You got to create stress in the weight room. But one of the things we believe in is, man, like everybody's got to grind. So we've got our surgical guys, our long-term guys.
These
guys, I tell you what, they bust their tail.
Coming back to
what's good?
What's up, coach?
Letting everybody know about how we working here when we on the long-term plan.
That dog work.
What you working on today?
Oh, we just getting some arms in. Upper body.
Yo. We throwing weight around or what?
Yes, sir.
JP, we throwing weight around?
Yes, sir. No doubt, coach.
This guy was like 150 pounds. Look at him now, man.
Yes, sir.
Something serious.
Coach,
on the ACL.
Hell yeah.
It only makes us stronger, Juju.
No
Make sure everybody knows. Do we ever not grind?
Hell.
Can't control our circumstances. Tyson, he's almost at the point where he can beat me in wrestling again. Now that D is back. Connor, what's good, Coach?
Connor Keneally.
No growth without stress. No matter what your circumstances are, the fellas are grinding. Let's see it, JP. Let's see it.
One.
The camera's on you.
Two.
The camera's on you. Better breathe.
4, 5, 6.
Dogs around here. Go Big Red.
So there you go.
So I have a take that right away. The music and the camera angle and the way he was walking and talking to the camera was very MTV Cribs.
Wow, that's
Well,
not
they're
the
doing
take
it.
that
They're
I
doing
thought
it
you
for
were
the
gonna go.
youngs. I mean, it's definitely well, it's for everybody, but it's definitely meant to.
Yeah, it's a recruiting tool.
It's a recruiting tool.
Also, I've only ever heard Matt Rule really speak at like press conferences and when he's on podcasts and stuff. He has a very different demeanor when he's talking to the guys.
Well, because you're more addressing things. You're talking more in official capacity. This is him being loose with the fellas.
Loose with the fellas.
Loose with the fellas. Well, if you watched the Chasing 3 last year, copyright 2024 Josh Peterson's podcast.
Yeah, that's why it's canceled now. Thanks a lot, Matt.
But there was a lot of that kind of talk in there, because he's out on the field.
If we die, we die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this wasn't so much, a locker room speech. This was more performative for the camera because, again, it is a recruiting video.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is because, look, here's the practice field, and what's right off the practice field? The Tom Osborne weight room extravaganza of stairs and weightlifting. All those things.
It all looked like
Gottie's URL.
It looked like they just had the same machine but copy and pasted multiple times.
Nick, no, that's not
I'm not
true.
saying that's what it is. It just looked like that
Well,
because I just
there
saw
are
a bunch
a lot
of bars and weights.
Someone doesn't know weightlifting.
Well, there's a lot of similar machines in there because you have 125 guys on a football team.
It's just a warehouse. It's a weightlifting warehouse.
Do you like this new bit? This is a new thing now where he walks and talks.
Yeah, because he did a similar one with Johnson.
And then he did another one where it was just him. He's the Aaron Sorkin of our day. Walk and talk. He invented that on The West Wing or on Sports Night before that.
I had no
idea. You know who
idea.
Aaron Sorkin is?
I'm familiar. I didn't realize.
So the
that was
walk
a
and
deal.
talk where the characters would walk and talk from one area to the other. He did. I don't know if he created it, but he certainly
I thought this was more like Nick's,
MTV
F1
Cribs.
grid walk.
MTV, no.
The
grip walk, Nick?
No, the
grid walk.
Where the guy walks up and down and talks.
Yeah, but that's different than what this was.
J-Man says, "Rule, I'm walking it."
That's what that's what we should call these.
People forget he's from New York.
That's what we should call these. Matt Rule, I'm walking here.
Yeah.
Seriously, they should. Now that's an old reference for us olds, but it's still kind of funny.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Captain writes, winning 10 or more games is a recruiting tool. Make the CFP as a recruiting tool.
See, that's the thing about these types of videos is
people hate it unless they're good.
Now, there are always going to be those fans who will always be like, these are awesome. These are great. These are the best things ever. I love them. But there's always that group of, just go and win the stupid football game. I don't want to hear anymore about this. T.O. never did videos like this. Man.
T.O. didn't do tweets. That's true. I can't argue with that. In 1997, Tom wasn't
tweeting.
tweeting.
He didn't do videos like this either.
Or videos like this. But he did do that cool behind-the-scenes thing on NET back in the day.
Well, that was a documentary, and he was just being himself. He wasn't like...
That's true.
Can you imagine Tom Osborne
Hey, look, it's Scott Frost. What up, Frost?
Can you imagine Tom Osborne being in that tiny little weight room underneath the West Stadium?
They booed me.
Back in 1981, he's like, "Oh, Mike, gonna lift those weights there."
So I'm imagining a video like
Turner,
this.
You're gonna get stretched out there.
Scott Frost is walking and talking, and he's like, "Here's where the magic happens." And he walks into the weight room, blows past it, goes to his office, where you just see a golden tea machine and a margarita maker.
Probably.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Here's the linebacker, Mike Knox from Castle Rock, Colorado. He's been hurt. He's over here. He's rehabbing.
It's a good thing, John, that we're not like Colorado fans, because imagine the jokes that they would make. They'd be like, well, here's my office, and if I open it up, there's I should close that desk. We're hiding that again because I took it from that player. That's what they would say. But it's good.
We're holding it for a player.
Can you imagine Devaney's videos on 8mm film?
Hi, he's here. So go over here. He's very taggy.
Does Devaney sound like old Popeye?
Green
Pretty
Bay,
much.
Wisconsin.
Then open the other door and there's like a couple of hookers in there.
He's like, close that door.
We could have a lot of fun doing this.
Could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really could be.
It's a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I had a Frank Solich joke. I am not gonna make it. Not gonna make it.
You know what Bo's videos would be, He'd just stand in front of the camera and say, "Why is this thing turned on? Get this thing out of here." When we come back, Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Oh, Husker 24/7. Brunsey, how you doing this afternoon?
Hey, yo, how's it going?
Good, man.
He remembered. Brunsey's going to now
you
start.
You guys doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing fine. Brunsey's going to start every interview with "Hey yo."
Hey, yo.
Yeah,
I like it.
Hey, yo. Yeah. Yep.
He's very good at it.
He's very good.
John Butler today. We heard from the Nebraska defensive coordinator. It's been an interesting conversation, at least we've had here on this show the last couple of days, regarding the defense. Obviously, there was the Saturday night practice where definitely looked like the wide receivers got the better of the DBs, and the ongoing conversation about Nebraska's defensive line. And I know that was a big talking point today from Coach Butler, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, with him, he doesn't give up much. It's pretty obvious he absolutely loathes talking about specific players, which is going to be a fun little stare down the rest of the year, I guess. But no, I think my kind of reading between the lines takeaways of things is I think they like the linebackers. I think they like the options that they have at defensive back, and how they sort out everything at defensive back is going to be kind of fascinating, because I don't get the sense that there's a particularly large gap between the ones and the twos with what they have right now. But, defensive line, I think they're kind of just, continuing to go to work, and narratives outside the walls of the facility be damned. But, I think that's kind of where things stand now. I mean, he had some line about, really having to, it's coach speak, but having to get 11 guys rallying to the ball and getting all the helmets to the ball carrier and stuff like that. But I think that's going to be how you're going to kind of buy that defensive line a little bit of time to come together and gel and kind of figure out what your rotation is going to be. Because I think there's, it's not breaking news that there's quite a bit with that group that's still pretty unsettled with how things shake out, and you're going to have a lot of guys that have not played a lot of snaps in college football having to take on much bigger roles than what they have.
Bruns, you were there on Saturday, right?
I was.
Yeah. Did you have the same takeaway a lot of other people that I have read or listened to did, and that is Marquise Watson Trent is a little slighter than maybe even his bio would suggest?
Height-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've stood next to him. He did some interviews this spring, and what do they list him at? 5'11"?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not 5'11". I without a doubt not 5'11". But I don't know. Like he's an interesting case because he's not tall. First of all, but you turn on what he did at Georgia Southern and the plays that he made, and also the work that he did against Power 4 teams. He's a thumper. He'll hit. And yeah, he's especially when you line him up in the same group with Javen Wright, who's every bit of 6'4". There's a bit of a difference there. So I don't know. I think through the 2 years that we've gotten to see Matt Rule's defense and what they've been able to develop and come up with at that linebacker spot. If they can get to 3, I think they feel like they've got a pretty good mix of guys that can go in there and give them good snaps. And they like what they've got. And I wouldn't rule out the possibility that maybe you see a younger guy kind of stiff arm his way into that competition as well, and maybe give you a 4th option, whether it's a Dawson Merritt or a Jacob Bowers been kind of a spring story, but also, a guy that I think is also legitimately with the twos right now. So, I think they just need Watson Trent to be a physical backer and a guy that just kind of has a knack for getting to the ball. And that's pretty much all he did at Georgia Southern. I mean, 3 straight years of 100+ tackles. If you're, 6'2" or 5'7" or, whatever, I mean, that's pretty good production.
Yeah.
Michael Brunts of Husker 24/7 staying on the defensive side. And it's not a surprise, but Andrew Marshall being the opposite corner to Sierra Wright, that looks like where it's going to be to start the season, at least based on what we've seen so far in practice. What have you taken with Andrew Marshall, who really becomes like that one newbie in a group of a lot of returners?
Yeah, no, I think, that was the first time kind of getting to talk with him today. He's an impressive kid. I think, he's, they said he's all about business. I think he's a pretty focused kid. He was coming out of the transfer portal, I think a pretty sneaky good ad for him, and they had to beat out some pretty good teams to get him. I mean, he was a pretty coveted cornerback who'd done some nice things at Idaho. He's, a big physical corner. I'm eager to see what kind of a role he potentially carves out on special teams, because he did have a punt return and a kick return for a touchdown during his time up there. And, I think he can be a weapon for Nebraska, certainly on kickoffs, because it sounds like Ja'Cory Barney's probably going to be the punt returner, at least to start. So, I think, when you kind of go down the list of transfer portal additions that are going to be a factor this year for Nebraska, he's kind of, maybe lost, or at least further down the list than I think he probably deserves to be. So, not a huge surprise there. I think Nebraska continue to have options, though, at corner if they need to. And like I said, I mean, you kind of have the group of veterans that are kind of pretty well known to Nebraska fans that have played multiple years. But, that there's a number of kind of the redshirt freshman class and younger guys that are not far behind. And do they carve out specific roles for guys if they show they can do it? Maybe, but I think that group, I mean, just aside from having 25 guys or whatever it is in the defensive backfield, I think they've done a pretty nice job of accumulating talent there.
Brunt's other side of the ball. I love this question, a prompt that your colleague Brian Christopherson asked on the 24/7 Sports message board about the running back room. And I wanted to ask you what you thought about it, because it's a position that we've obviously talked about a ton. There's one sure thing. The player that we talked about the second most in Quentin Ives, he's sidelined now for we don't know how long, I guess. And so he said, assuming Emmett Johnson leads the way, who's the second leading rusher? And then he had a second one. He said, obviously, he is going to get receiving yards. What's your prediction on his Then, and why are you leaning towards that pick? So I'm curious, what is it, or who do you like in that spot to have the second most rushing yards, just given all of the questions that we have about the running back room right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point you have to go Mekhi Nelson. And I think, he's probably a guy that gets a little bit, or has been overlooked, in the running back room. But, we saw him at last year's open practice, and he kind of had that little extra burst that really kind of, you just got to stand there watching a bunch of football, and somebody like that makes a run, and it kind of jumps off the page at you. In the spring, we got to see some running backs running routes and linebackers trying to cover him in space. And Nelson was a guy that was just a really, really tough matchup for basically every, frontline linebacker that Nebraska had. I mean, it's a tough drill anyways for linebackers, but he kind of jumps off the page in that fashion. I mean, he does a lot of the things that Emmett Johnson does, and does them at a fairly high level. I mean, there was they were doing a run drill on Saturday, and Nelson kind of took the ball, bounced it outside pretty quickly, gave a nice little stiff arm right in the face of one of the linebackers. I think it might have been Vincent Shavers, and got into the end zone. I think he's a guy that, would kind of, given the question marks everywhere else there, probably has the skill set to do what Nebraska wants from that running back. Not only as a runner but also as a pass catcher as well. So, I mean, just given the injury questions and everything else, I mean, I think he's got to be the pretty obvious guy right now as we get into week 2 here, fall camp.
Getting a look at the kickers is Kyle Kunanen in the lead right now for that place kicking job.
The ball came off his foot a little bit differently than the other two guys. I mean, I don't know if he just got a little bit of a bigger leg or what, but I think I would hesitate to say that somebody's in the lead right now. I think though, of like the takeaways from that practice, those guys going, 7 for 7, I think is what how many they tried. I mean, that you probably should have set off a couple fireworks during the practice just to kind of mark the occasion, I think. But I mean, it's not the full stadium. There's not the pressure. And I mean, you do have guys standing around though, and you got fans that were in the stadium. You could probably feel the tension a little bit too, because I think everybody was kind of wondering, what's this going to look like given, how last year went. So I don't know that he's out in front, but I mean, I was impressed with the way that he kicked it. It just felt like it kind of came off his foot a little bit differently. So at least that's one competition that, you can chart everything. And I do think they've got good options. I mean, even John Hole, I thought looked pretty good, and Alvano too. So that was a nice surprise. I mean, probably top 3 takeaways from what we saw, which is kind of crazy, I guess.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to assign the nickname for Kyle Kunanen.
Yeah.
Because as you remember, when he first committed, I mispronounced his name and called him QAnon.
I do remember.
The conspiracy.
I like it.
The conspiracy.
That's a good nickname. That's a really good nickname for a player.
Seriously, if you look at his name, the first time I saw it, wait a minute, we just got QAnon?
There's probably some NIL potential there as well if he really wants to explore that.
That's definitely true.
But that's only the money that can be found
Where
on the dark
when we
web.
go, we kick all field goals.
All right, Brunsey, have a great week. Thanks again.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Bye,
Michael
Bruns.
Bruns of Husker 24/7.
Nice.
Coming up next.
Oh, here come the Irish.
Here come the Irish.
Nick, have you ever
Little
seen
green and
Rudy?
gold.
No.
Wow. We're going to talk Notre Dame football. Pete Sampson with the Athletic.
Nice.
One of the preseason top 5 teams, according to the coaches poll.
Oh, that's right. That is out.
Which came out this week.
Mm-hmm.
1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Brady Hodges back to punt. That snap over his head. Notre Dame knocks it further toward the goal line. Down to the 3, Notre Dame on it. The Irish will have first and goal inside the 5. Showing pressure. Here comes that pressure shot. Stepping up, firing, and the pass is dropped and picked off. Xavier Watts, another interception. Inside of Louisville territory down to the 36-yard line.
First and goal from the 2. Irish trying to take the lead. He handed it off to Love, who stays on his feet. Love is in the end zone.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 Grums.
Featuring the most familiar fight song in all the land, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Pete Sampson, who's been covering the Irish for many years, now works with The Athletic, joining us in the Prairie Flower Casino Zone computer hotline.
Nice.
Today. How you doing, Pete?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. We're getting close to kickoff, even though it's August 5th.
We are getting close to kickoff. It's been kind of a bit here on the program since Marcus Freeman took over for Brian Kelly. Josh and I argue back and forth who's a better coach, who's going to do the better job. But, you know, after Kelly ditched the Irish for LSU, a lot of folks thought that Notre Dame was in trouble. How have the Irish fans taken to Freeman, given that in the years that we can compare the two directly against each other, he's had the better success?
Well, I think it's interesting when you go back to the first couple of years when they were sputtering a little bit. I mean, you had the 0-2 start, lose to Marshall, some really rocky moments. But I think that the Notre Dame fan base, if that's what you're asking about specifically, wanted to embrace him to such a level that they were willing to sort of all right, you're learning on the job. We're going to let you learn on the job and not rush to judgment on this. There had to be a payoff in year 3, and there was, but I just think the nature of Marcus Freeman, people wanted him to succeed beyond just you're our coach. They wanted him to succeed because you're the guy that stayed, not the guy who left. And I just think that the personalities between Freeman and Kelly are so night and day that it was easy for the fan base to get behind them, even when they were losing some games they shouldn't have lost early on.
Pete, one more big picture question before we dive into this year's roster. How surprising has it been to you personally then to see them level up in recruiting like they have? Because you think back to when Brian Kelly left in November, December of 2021, I think a lot of the conversation was he doesn't think he can build the roster at Notre Dame like he could at LSU. And I think obviously Marcus Freeman is very much pushing back against that type of mindset.
Yeah, I think that the recruiting the first couple of years was a little bit better than it was under Brian Kelly, but it wasn't this recruiting revolution, which is kind of what we all thought was going to happen. The class they're putting together right now, though, is light years ahead of where Brian Kelly was. So I'm impressed about the talent identification development that they've been able to find 3 stars who really hit and played them very early. But I think now, after seeing Marcus Freeman not as just this hopeful coaching candidate, but the guy who was National Coach of the Year and got Notre Dame the national title game, if you put that on top of everything else at Notre Dame, now you're getting kids making football decisions to come to Notre Dame, opposed to just the academic everything else decision. And that when you put that all together here, then you can start kind of pushing up into the top 5 recruiting rankings, which is kind of where they are.
Yeah.
Pete Sampson of The Athletic. Notre Dame in 25 teams in 25 Grums. CJ Carr is expected to take the reins of the offense. How much should we expect things to change from the Riley Leonard run attack we saw last year?
A lot, especially if it's Carr. I think that the quarterback competition is more real than if you had me on the show a month ago, I would have just said, hey, I think Carr's going to win the job and not gone into depth on that. I think that Kenny Minchie has more of a shot than I would have given him credit for a month ago. So if it's Minchie, more of a run threat, not in the way that Riley Leonard could run it. But I think the offense will remove the quarterback run a little bit from the box score. I don't think you're going to have your quarterback run it 9 times on the opening drive of a game like they did against Ohio State, but there will still be a run threat there. But if you remove the quarterback run threat, in theory, that means more carries for Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, and I'm not sure that's the worst thing in the world.
Pete, speaking of Jeremiah Love, you get so far removed from the previous season, you kind of start forgetting maybe the nitty gritty. And so I was a little surprised when I opened up his game log this morning and I put that in air quotes to a degree, only saw 1,125 rushing yards across 16 games. But he had two of the most memorable touchdowns of the college football playoff, the 98-yarder, which was the first score ever in the 12-team format. And then, of course, the one against Penn State to start the fourth quarter. Given that it is a two-headed monster in the backfield, is that the type of production that you think we should be looking for him again? Or do you think that there is more to be had for him? Maybe that type of production in the regular season, perhaps?
Oh, I think there's a lot more there. He had a meniscus injury against USC, the regular season finale, never really got over that in the postseason. So I would say that, he's got a chance to go. Maybe the rushing yards are the same. Maybe let's say he finishes at 1,200 yards. But I think the receiving threat will be sort of the new part of the offense that we didn't get to see a whole lot of last year. So maybe you tack on 400 receiving yards. They're serious about him as a Heisman candidate around here. I don't think they're going to give him enough carries for that to actually happen. So if you're going to create a Heisman campaign for a running back, it's got to have spectacular highlights. Maybe he gets a kickoff return here or there. But I think that Jeremiah Love in the passing game, that's something that I think Notre Dame can really push the ball forward with him.
Pete Sampson of The Athletic talking Notre Dame in 25 teams and 25 grums. Speaking of receiving, last year in the playoffs, Jaden Greathouse had a great stretch of games there at the end, and really, maybe amplified what was expected of him this season. I'm curious, not only from his perspective, but just the receivers in general, how that side of the ball looks.
Better. I think that they have not had quality depth at the top of the receiver depth chart in 4 or 5 years now. I think Malachi Fields, a transfer from Virginia, can sort of be your sort of physical boundary receiver that they've been lacking. And then, you've got Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Will Pauling, who's a transfer from Wisconsin. They've got 4 really productive receivers at the top. And I think really one of the problems with Notre Dame's pass game is they've always had one good guy, but you can take one good guy out of the game. They didn't have the 2 or the 3 to hurt you, to put you in some bad matchups. And I think that this team should have that. So then it comes down to can the quarterback figure out what those matchups are or not? If he can, then I think Notre Dame's going to have a lot more success in the pass game than they have really the last 4 or 5 years.
Pete, looking at the offensive line, in a way, we have talked about Notre Dame's offensive line a lot this offseason, and that's because of the addition around here of Rocco Spindler. It does not seem like there is that much concern about losing him. Tell us about that up front, that group up front, given that Spindler and another player are gone from the Irish from last year.
Yeah, Pat Coogan's the other one, probably, started at IU. Sam Pendleton, another guard who left, probably starting at Tennessee. So and Notre Dame's just that's fine. Best of luck to you. That's just sort of where Notre Dame's been able to recruit that position over the last few years, where they just have more talent than they know what to do with. And, would they prefer that Spindler and Coogan stayed? Yeah, for sure. But they would have had them stay as backups. So, your last year, you want to go out and play it. I think everyone around here understands that. So this was all before Charles Jagusah broke his arm over 4th of July weekend, who I think, he's a guard, could play tackle. I think he's the best NFL prospect on the offensive line. He'll probably be back about mid-season, but they love both their tackles are back. Their center is back. They love him. The guard who beat out Coogan and Spindler, Billy Schrouth, is back. They love him. It's got a chance to be a great offensive line. But for the first couple games, it just needs to be good because going down to Miami to start A&M here in game 2, it's a tough way to sort of get off the ground if you're an offensive line. And it's not old, but it's experienced. A lot of those guys played all 16 games last year. So it should be ready to go when the season starts. But that's no joke going down there to try to play with a new first-year quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And there will be a first-time defensive coordinator, at least at Notre Dame. Chris Ash, the former Rutgers head coach, been a D coordinator at a number of different stops, including Texas. He enters the picture now this year. How's the blend gone so far, and what kind of changes should we expect from that side of the ball?
Schematically, they've talked about are they going to play more zone than they did last year. Almost certainly, yes. They were one of the highest man-to-man defenses in the country last year, so that only had one way to go. You lose Pride of Nebraska, Xavier Watts at the back of the defense. That's a real loss. I mean, they have a lot of talent in the secondary, but that guy could just solve problems on the fly, like very few players I've covered in my career here. So that is a real setback for the defense. That look, they have first world problems. They've got 2 NFL defensive ends, great linebacker group. Their quarterbacks are outstanding, and I think the safety returning Adon Schuler is an NFL guy too. But when you lose somebody who can sort of like Watts, who could make everybody else right, including the defensive coordinator, sometimes that's a blow. I think for Chris Ash, he brought back had brought back for him all the position coaches at defensive line, linebacker, secondary. That's good. They return a lot of talent. That's good. But, sort of to go down to Miami game 1 and like think the communication's going to be perfect out of the gate. I know Miami's got its own issues, but I think there will be a bit of a learning curve for Chris Ash.
Pete, you mentioned Schuler. He was one of a few freshmen that were able to get on the field on that side of the ball in 2024. Which of those guys, do you think could really have another, not a breakthrough because they were already good, but which one could take a nice step forward on the defense?
I mean, 2 sophomores that I love. Bryce Young is a defensive end. His dad was Bryant Young, NFL Hall of Famer. Just an absolute star in the making at defensive end. So he's going to his sophomore year. I think he led the nation in block kicks last year. Freaks list guy for Bruce Feldman's list. And then Kingston Villama-Asa is a sophomore linebacker. I think he will be great. He might be great this year. He was very good last season, had a knee injury towards the end of the year that kind of limited him a little bit. But they just have outstanding talent on that side of the ball. And like having covered this program for a long time, like they're probably the first 15 years on the beat. I wouldn't say Notre Dame had great defensive talent at all 3 levels. The way the roster's been constructed and developed it's just at a different level than where Notre Dame's been for most of this century. So it's their sophomore class is loaded. I think it's going to be tough for true freshmen to really kick onto the field, but that's because I think their sophomore class is so good.
Pete, last one from me. Obviously, a ton has been made about Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame, having those weird, perplexing losses, early in the season in the case of Marshall and then Northern Illinois last year. Stanford, another one in 2022. That was a 3-9 team. Like they're opening up with tough teams, so I guess that's the good thing. Like, what is that problem? Do you think, if you do view it as a problem, and if so, how do they fix it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a problem, and I think it's a problem that could show itself again this year. They have not done well with like the sky high opening game and then coming back from that. His first game, they go to Ohio State prime time. Ohio State was way better than Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame played them tough. Lost. Come back, you lose to Marshall the next week. Last year, you go down to Texas A&M. Played a great like rock fight style game, win, come back to lose to Northern Illinois. Now you get to go to Miami. Now, maybe to Notre Dame's benefit, they are off week 2, but then they get Texas A&M, so you got to bounce back from that. So I think just handling success has been an issue a little bit. I would like to think that they have figured that out based on how last season went. Essentially running the table from Northern Illinois all the way to the national title game. So at the end, it's like it's college kids. They believe they're probably better than they are sometimes. I think that Marcus Freeman has fallen into that trap. It's hard to get him out. But, it's like if Notre Dame beats Miami and A&M, are they going to lose to Purdue at home? I would say no, but like they lost to Northern Illinois. So this team is not perfect. I think they will lose a game or 2 along the way. It feels like a 10-2 team to me. But you would like to think that if you lose 2, you at least know who the 2 losses are, and they're not like scarring experiences as they have been, for much of the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Pete, we always wrap up these previews with a few quick answer questions. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Pete Sampson of The Athletic. Let's do some rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
The most important player this season.
Oh, God. It's either CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie. Whoever wins the quarterback job is the most important player.
The player you're most interested to see how they contribute.
I think Malachi Fields, the big receiver they got from Virginia, 800 yards each of the last 2 years. I think he's got a chance to be really good here.
You may have already answered this, but what is the floor for this team? What's the minimum to satisfy expectations?
Well, okay. The floor to satisfy expectations is making the playoff and winning a game. I think that's also a reasonable expectation for them. So 10-2, make the playoff, win a game. At that point, I think you sort of take your chances with wherever you are and who you draw.
The thing you really like about this year's team is
the secondary. I think the secondary is loaded. And that's, man, in college football 2025, you're nothing if you don't have a great secondary. And they have great defensive ends, but I love the secondary.
The thing that worries you most about Notre Dame?
Is the offensive line ready to go in weeks 1 and 3 against Miami and A&M? I think it's a good group, but if they're not ready and you've got a young quarterback, that's not a great combination. So I worry that, somehow Notre Dame could stumble to an 0-2 start.
And if you had 10,000  writing on it, what would your regular season record prediction be?
10-2. I feel pretty good about it too. I mean, I'm not going to make the bet, but 10-2 feels like I think the ceiling is 11-1, the floor is 9-3. But I don't think they're going to hit the ceiling. I don't think they're going to hit the floor. This feels like kind of one of those, like a classic 10-2 team that makes the college football playoff.
Finally, 3 teams that you would wager to win the national title.
Texas. If you give me some good odds on it, I would actually think like Notre Dame has a puncher's chance this year. Maybe even better than what they did last year. Man, the third one, force of habit, probably Ohio State, just because.
Talented.
They are definitely talented. Normally we would ask your conference champion pick, but as we know, Notre Dame's not the conference.
They are not in a conference.
That comes up from time to time.
Yeah.
It does, but you know what? And I'm curious what you think. Because I sense with all of the nonsense that's been happening, the rivalries that we've lost, the people moving conferences, all the weird, all the traditions that seemingly dying off, it seems to me as if there's more of appreciation nationally for Notre Dame than I've seen in a long time because they're the one constant that does not change. Do you sense that?
I think that the appreciation for Notre Dame is in part that. It's in part getting no Brian Kelly, but yes, Marcus Freeman.
Definitely.
I also think there's probably some understandable envy about God, my conference seems like it's just back at it's just run. It doesn't make sense. I mean, you listen to these media days, the teams don't like each other. Couldn't we be independent where we wouldn't have to deal with all this garbage? It's like Notre Dame is financially secure in their independence, but I think they look around at what's going on in the Big Ten and what's going on in the SEC and think why in the world would we want to have a part of that? I don't get it anymore. So I think independence is as appealing as it's ever been for Notre Dame.
Marcus Freeman making Notre Dame likable. It is
great.
Cats and dogs hanging together.
I love
Up
it.
is down. Yep. Pretty wild.
He was the guy I backed for the
You
record.
did, yeah, for the record. Yeah, I thought Brian Kelly was going to be really, really good. So egg on my face, Pete.
Pete Sampson of The Athletic. Pete, we appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Pete.
Pete Sampson joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. And so, where are the Irish? Here they are. It's weird because they've got a great opener. It's on the Sunday night.
Sunday night, man.
Of Labor Day
go.
weekend. But then there's an idle week.
Yeah, that's so early to be off. You think of, John, all of the preparation. They started practice, a few days ago like everybody else did. And you have that buildup. And then you, in a way, do you lose the momentum from having to turn around and not play a game the next week, especially when, what's the old adage from coaches? You make the most gains actually between game 1 and game 2. Can you still feel that way when you have an off week in between it?
Then Texas A&M, followed by Purdue.
The schedule is I don't want to say cake, but it is insanely manageable once you get past those first 2 games. USC comes to town, but look at the percentage chances that Kelly Ford gives them. 56 is the lowest. That's the opener. The second lowest is game 2, 68%. After that, the lowest chance that they have to win is the USC game at 81%. Now, as we talked about, they've lost some weird games in the Marcus Freeman era. And so can they avoid those pitfalls? Whether it's on the road at Arkansas, one of the myriad of home games, Boston College, Pitt, whatever it is, can they avoid that? If they can, I mean, they're going to be a playoff contender, obviously. And how deep of a run could they go on?
This will be a situation where if they start 2-0, then there's going to be a lot of folks on the can they go undefeated bus, because they're going to run through,
because after that they're going to be
stuff.
Favored in every game.
Exactly. I mean, they're going to be favored in every game
well,
anyway.
They literally are, right? When we did that exercise,
they're one of the 5 teams.
Yep.
This year that are favored in every game.
Yep.
Or projected to be favored in every game. K Ford has them at 10.3 wins, 78% chance of 10, 47% chance of 11. Question for you.
Okay.
They go 10-2.
Yeah. They're on the road in the first round. Probably.
What are the odds that they're in trouble of not making it?
Well, I mean, the schedule on paper, it does not look formidable. It depends on what happens with Miami, with Texas A&M,
help
and
if
USC.
was
one of those
at
teams,
the top half of the
certainly
upper division.
Boise being a playoff contender or a playoff team outright
that's a good one.
would be really important to have. But I mean, after that, you're going to hope that one of the ACC teams on your schedule is better than they are on paper. They avoid Clemson. They avoid Florida State. And I know Florida State was bad, but you kind of want one of those games on your schedule, honestly. And so they don't have them this year. You're going to hope that Miami or A&M is really, really good.
Yeah.
You're going to really hope for that.
I'm not saying that if they go 10-2, they won't make the playoff. It would take a very crazy set of circumstances. Basically, the opposite of what we had last year in the SEC, where instead of having a bunch of teams with 3 losses, you have a bunch of teams with somehow they have 1 loss.
Yeah.
Or maybe 2. But it's beginning of the season. A lot of eyes, more so than usual, will be on Notre Dame.
Definitely. And that Sunday game, plus how it is in the early season down in Miami, it's going to be hot. It's going to be humid. That's going to be an advantage for the Canes, in an opener. That's awesome. I love when the Sunday night game is great or with teams that I care. But last year we got the USC LSU game. We had some kind of bad LSU Florida State games. This one could be a monster. I am super excited for it because there's questions on both teams, as we've talked about, because we've already done Miami as well. And, Notre Dame lost in the Natty. Miami is trying to get back to trying to get to the playoff and trying to get back to national prominence. It's awesome.
It's too bad they couldn't play it in the Orange Bowl.
Oh my gosh, bring it back. Bad Takes Doug says, nobody appreciates the fact that they are not in a conference. Nobody. Join a conference. Doug, I appreciate it. I love that they're independent. It doesn't bother me. Why there is an obsession with this is baffling to me.
Well, I get it once upon a time. And a lot of it was jealousy. Now that we've had all of this nonsensical arguing about the playoff and the playoff format and the stupid Big Ten idea, like we just heard a moment ago from Pete, there's a sense of, man, why would we want to join something like this?
Yeah, for sure.
I think there are more people today that appreciate that in all of we've lost. Think of the great rivalries that we have lost.
Traditions.
And by the way, it's Notre Dame who's fighting to keep the USC series, not the other way around.
Bingo.
And that is just, it's like it might be a blanket you don't appreciate, but it's a nice warm blanket. It's like, oh yeah, it's comfort.
Yeah, and they don't.
It's Notre Dame. We know who they are. We know they're not in a conference. We know that they have their rivalry games, and we know they want to keep them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's fun that they're this good again. I know there are some people who disagree with me. I actually liked 07 more when they sucked. But I like it when they're good. They're interesting. They're a draw. They're always going to be in the prime TV spot, so I want their games to matter more. It's a bummer that their schedule, honestly, this year doesn't include Clemson because those are 2 teams that are very much playoff contenders. It'd be fun to see them, play again because they've had some really memorable games in recent years.
Tomorrow, what do you guys have tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I had
Texas.
It is Texas. Chip Brown joins us on the Grum. It'll be Michael Severe and yours truly. Later on this week, Nick, I believe we actually do have Boise this week.
We do, Friday.
And then Thursday is the voice of the Cats. Northwestern football on Thursday. That'll be with Caleb Henry, and then Friday will be with Mike Stibbs. I'm going to put the over-under on Stibbs' questions during this interview at a half question. John, are you taking the over or the under?
I'll give him 2.
Wow, he's going over. Nick, which way would you lean?
I'll take the under.
I think that's going to be a safe bet. I wouldn't be surprised if he leaves the studio during that.
That'd be messed up, wouldn't it?
It would be, but it wouldn't surprise
Who leaves the studio during
Are you going to dock him pay?
Oh, that's a great idea. Take away $5
for every second he's out.
He's going to have to pay you.
He is.
And then Stibbs is going to need to go to 1620thezone.com and enter the Kinda Like NIL 5K giveaway.
Whoa. Yeah, to have to pay Nick.
Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Kinda Like NIL giveaway. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Mitch Holtis from St. Joe, next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
I'm ready. I can't wait.
What have you learned about being in this offense, how comprehensive it is in being precise in route running and playing with Pat?
Right, just understanding like the precision they want things and the way they want things direct and how they work. I kind of got accustomed to how they started working last year towards the end of the year, and now I'm ready.
And attacking the back half of the field. What about attacking deep?
We're going to be going deep this year. We're going deep.
What about the return game if they throw you back there?
Oh, man, that's something I wanted to do. Punt return is something that I kind of emphasized in college, so that's something I kind of want to get back to.
Depending on where you're from, if you're from Cincinnati, it's Xavier Worthy. Everywhere else might be Xavier Worthy. Mitch
Nice.
Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Mitch, that I noticed you threw that in there. What if they throw you back in there on returns? Are they working him there?
If I told you, I'd have to. No, he's yeah. Go watch his return for UT against BYU, and you'll go, that might be tasty. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see him thrown out there and let him rip. And thank you guys for getting Oliver Cromwell to do the open for the scene today. Now, John's confused. Josh, help him out. He thinks that's the DB for the Rams back in the day. No, that was
Nolan Cromwell. Thank you.
Yeah.
Former Kansas what?
He played for the Rams. He was from Ransom, Kansas.
Yeah, but what did he play at Kansas?
DB. He started at quarterback.
Yeah.
A wishbone quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh,
then
fun.
They moved him to DB because he tore his knee up. Yeah, and then so he played both. Or he started DB, went to quarterback. I think it was quarterback, tore his knee up, went to DBs, then he played Rams.
And he was the best fake field goal guy ever. He would literally just pick up the ball and run. And it worked every time.
No,
brilliant.
Every time it worked. And Oliver, man, it got a little rough for him. You know, he was involved in a lot of stuff back then. But when you get dug up after you're dead and they rehang you 3 years later, and then they cut off your head and put it on display for 23 years, we think we got it tough sometimes. Don't check out Oliver Cromwell, but he came back just in time to do the open for the show. So it's great.
We get them from everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Mitch, what do you think of this wide receiving core this year? You know, there's been so much conversation and chatter about it the last few years. There's injuries that they've had to deal with. What do you think about it going into 25?
Well, 2 weeks ago, if you would have asked me that, I would have said the excitement is there because you could see it all working and happening. But then Hollywood Brown gets re-injured and Rashee Rice is just tearing it up. He did all spring. He is in this camp, and so is Worthy. I featured Worthy this week because I think he's on the cusp of becoming a breakout player. But now, all of a sudden, if you're thinking, well, when's the Rice suspension going to happen? And with Brown being hurt, you're back to kind of where you were. That is Worthy being the number one cat, and then you hope it's better. It's better than a year ago because of Jalen Royals. The rookie out of Utah State makes it better. Juju's okay, good player, does stuff. And then we'll see with Tyquan Thornton, who's been kind of the darling of this camp, originally drafted by New England, played at Baylor, and he's made some good plays in this camp. So overall, the position, the room is better. But we're just still waiting to unleash what we thought we'd have last year, and that is Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice.
Saw a little video today. Matt Foster, former friend of the Grum, is now working in the Kansas City market. Little video of Worthy versus McDuffie in training camp. How's that to watch?
So fun because both are kind of feel like mild-mannered Clark Kent, and then they're both tough as nails on the field. That's the thing about Worthy and why I wanted to feature him too. You remember the all-time fastest 40 in combine history. And then there's some guys in the league that do that, and they're just track guys, just straight track guys. Worthy's got some Fresno, California toughness in him. And although he's not a big dude, he is tough. And the fact that he's become a better route runner, you mentioned, he's got in that clip, you heard him say precision, and he's learning that. And when you play with Mahomes, it's really, you got to be two guys at once. First of all, in Andy Reid's offense, you have to learn every wide receiver position. Two, you've got to be precise in your original route because Mahomes wants you where he wants you, and don't vary 1/32 of an inch or it's a problem. But with Mahomes, and we all know this, that precise route may break down because Mahomes is going to scramble. Then you got to transform in microseconds into scramble receiver guy. And so it's all of that for Worthy, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm featuring him tonight, because he's getting there. Now, McDuffie is the version of that on defense. And when those two collide, neither one's going to back down. So good to see, but that's part of the greatness of McDuffie and hopeful greatness from Worthy.
What's on the docket for tomorrow?
Keep on rolling here, people. So this is such a big week for prepping for the Chargers. I think Brazil here, not game planning, but really setting everything in place for the entire season. And this 3 days in pads, kind of just you throttle it up. You're not thinking about Arizona yet. And to go 3 days in pads just tells you everything about the long form of what the Chiefs want to do this week. So it's still on big picture here more than anything.
That is Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, thanks. Have an enjoyable rest of your Tuesday night.
Yeah, you got it. And Arnold Cromwell, he intercepted King Charles twice in a game. That's why they got mad and beheaded his dead body. Why would you behead a dead body? Seems like
it's like beating a dead horse.
Well, isn't that what Ted Williams' kid did to him?
Wow.
Well, he did.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Did.
You're not wrong there, John.
Weird people.
So when somebody criticizes you guys on air, you go, well, at least it's not Oliver Cromwell. That's a little harsh.
It's true. That is very
See
true.
you, boys.
See ya.
Bye, Mitch.
All right.
Mitch Holtis.
I cannot wait
for tomorrow.
Yeah. 24 hours from now when Mitch joins Michael Severe and yours truly.
Now Michael might be the one to walk out. Instead of
Nick,
Stibbs.
you'll have to charge him.
It's going to be a fun rest of the week for Mitch Holtis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Caleb will do anything wild, but dude, Friday with Stibbs. I remember the last time that Stibbs filled in and he asked him a question. Mitch didn't realize who it was at first. I think he was a bit defensive.
What?
He's like,
Mitch, Mitch was defensive?
Wait, what are you asking me
Really?
right now, young man? He's like, no, it's me, Stibbs. He's like, oh, okay, the Broncos suck. So we'll see what happens on Friday.
Friends, this week's Zone Deal is a $40 voucher to Exarban Cinema ACX. You get 4 $10 vouchers.
Whoa.
Each voucher is good for one movie admission for just $20. So think of it as 4 vouchers for $20. 4 vouchers to get into a film. That's like $5 a movie. That's cheap. And they're good for 4 admissions to either ACX Cinema locations, Exarban or Elkhorn. And later this week, apparently, we're going to be giving some of these away on the Grum.
That is so exciting.
Maybe you can tie it in with Movie Club.
I do like that. A reminder, Salton Sea is the movie. I signed up for a free month trial of YouTube Premium so I could watch it without commercials. It's like, you know what? I don't want to watch a movie with commercials on YouTube. So I'm going to do that. So yes, maybe we will tie it in with that and give these away on Friday.
And you can get more details on the Zone Deal from Exarban Cinema ACX at 1620thezone.com.
Yes,
Not
Nick?
important. We can move on.
Okay. That's exciting.
By
Nick
the way,
misspoke.
happy birthday, Kent Wolgamont, today.
Yeah, he sent me.
Happy birthday, Kent.
He sent me a probably AI slop.
Oh, no.
This was the last Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl parade, and it looks like it's from the Bible times.
Well,
now,
Roman times, yeah.
Now, he is a Raiders fan. I just want that out there.
It's been over 40 years.
If John does this, I have to take my medicine. It'd be like if Nick did this.
That's true.
No.
It's 50
We
years for
are
the
the
Dolphins.
same.
Fins up.
We are and they're even worse. They haven't even made the Super Bowl.
50 years since they won their
so
last one.
like Kent, happy birthday, but bruh, WTF, WURL. Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Coming up, I forgot. Did anyone have super takes or super hot takes today?
Super takes. I like that. You
got
made a mistake earlier on. You're making fun of me or something. In
No,
a
he's
DM.
making fun of me.
Yeah, but what did he call it?
Oh.
Who cares?
Yeah,
It's
who
I don't
cares?
care.
Yeah, it was your segment.
Yeah, you created.
goober.
Do you remember that in the DMs earlier when Nick was trying to tell us some crap that we didn't care about?
Yeah, we didn't care about it.
But I have one take. I didn't have two. I got one.
I do too, but also Phil Steele has a hot take.
All right, we can do all that next.
So we'll do all that next.
Before Sipple.
Before Sipple.
Oh, boy.
Where the hot takes will really be flying.
Oh, yeah.
Will Nebraska go 13-0 in the regular season?
Can't wait to find out.
Find out from SIP, 1620 The Zone. take market. And you know what? We're going to let Phil Steele kick this thing off first. He made an appearance yesterday on BTN, and listen to this answer.
In the Big Ten, do you think maybe poised to either make a title run or at least make a big step forward in 2025?
Dark horse candidate, Big Ten.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the Nebraska Cornhuskers, and it's year 3 for Matt Rule. Year 3, of course, at Temple and Baylor. He had double-digit win seasons. I like the fact that Raiola is back at quarterback. And, you know, Raiola had his freshman ups and downs last year, which is going to happen with the first-year starter that's a true freshman. But now they've got an experienced offensive line. I think an upgraded receiving core, and Johnson really emerged once Dana Holgerson started calling the shots down the stretch. He averaged over 100 yards per game. Defensive front seven, they lose some talent, but I think they'll be able to replace it. They've had a top 25 defense the last 2 years. And then when you look at the schedule this year, there's only one game I've got them a true underdog, at Penn State. There are some toss-up games on the schedule, like when they host Michigan and they have to travel to Minnesota. But I think if you're looking for a team that really no one's talking about to make the playoff this year, I give Nebraska a really good shot.
There's a hot take.
Is that your take that they're going to make the playoff?
That's his hot take.
That's Phil's take.
I'll say this, not to disagree with Phil. I've heard Nebraska be picked as a dark horse for a lot of people now to make the playoff. Bruce Feldman did this recently. Like, they're the trendy team.
There were people picking Nebraska as a dark horse last season.
They picked Nebraska.
Yes,
as
they
dark
were,
horse
because
every year. It's fun to pick Nebraska.
I
as
believe
dark
I
horse.
also predicted that was going to happen.
You did. You did.
Josh, I'm about to blow your tiny baby mind.
Whoa, I was worried where that sentence was going.
My super hot take, the Dallas Cowboys.
No, here we go.
Are being picked on unfairly.
Okay, tell me more.
Now,
I don't know if I agree with this.
Do the Cowboys bring it on themselves?
Yes, they're idiots, morons,
with all
imbeciles.
their bandwagon fans.
Whoa, we don't have that.
And
we are diehard losers.
The constant attention that they have to have.
I don't want this attention. Leave me alone. I want to be like the Jags.
Of course they do. But listen to this take from Colin Cowherd this week.
Oh, wow, more video?
As Brian Schottenheimer, again, Dallas brings this on themselves because they hire people like Brian Schottenheimer to be their head coach. Brian Schottenheimer showed up to his press session.
Oh, this is stupid.
In a visor.
Yeah.
Worn backwards.
Yeah.
Like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards. There's a reason at country clubs and private clubs, you have to wear collared shirts and jackets. There's a reason for that. Like, there's a standard. I don't want to look like a guy that's here to move my couch. Like, I want you to do better than that. That's awful. That is so bad.
All right. Now,
so yeah, it's a 6 wins, and now is it
yes,
2 wins?
Is a visor a stupid look?
Yes.
Is a visor worn backwards an even dumber look?
Yes.
Yes. But really?
Dude, he's always been on the backward hat is for Satanist bandwagon. He hates it.
Now, I'm sure part of this was just a hot take.
Devilry.
I'm going to take away 4 wins just because of that.
Yeah.
The days of Tom Landry wearing a fedora and a suit on the sidelines have been over for 40 years.
Yeah, he got fired, remember?
I mean,
poor guy.
It's been a long time. I do think there is an element. And again, do they bring it on themselves because of the constant desire for attention? Yes.
I don't want to.
But I do think,
leave me alone.
Believe it or not, the Dallas Cowboys do get picked on unfairly at times.
Wow, this is incredible.
Do they deserve to be ridiculed and mocked? Of course they do.
No.
But not unfairly. And Brian Schottenheimer, listen, the issue with Brian Schottenheimer isn't that he wore his fedora, his visor backwards.
Fedora. That'd be awesome if he wore a fedora backwards.
The problem is that he was there to begin with, that they hired him.
I think he's actually going to be okay, but I'm not too, excited about
So there you go.
Life.
A backhanded.
Wow, that's the most incredible backhanded compliment you've ever given the Dallas Cowboys. Hot take I could be talked into. I don't have one that I believe today, but one I could be talked into. And it goes to our conversation with Pete Sampson of The Athletic. John, I could be talked into this being Marcus Freeman's last year with Notre Dame.
Wait!
Wow.
They're not going to fire him.
Who said they're going to fire him?
Who said he's going to be his last year? Coaches never move on their own.
Are you saying he's going to Josh, are you saying he's gonna do what Mitch said earlier?
What did he say?
Die and then have his head chopped off?
No. I am not saying that. I'm saying he's a guy that the NFL loves. Young guy, smart in-game guy, manages things well. I could be talked into the NFL saying, Marcus, you're better than Brian Kelly. Come to the NFL. This is your next step. You won a natty. Don't you want to coach in the NFL? Congrats, Notre Dame. They're winning a natty. I could be talked into him leaving for the pros after this season.
Think he's going to go to the Browns and then people can finally shut up about Nick Saban coming back?
Maybe.
See, if your idiot owner would have just waited another year, maybe he could have hired Marcus Freeman.
Maybe they could have.
He could have kept old Deep Voice Coffee Boy there for another year.
Deep Voice Coffee Boy?
Yeah, Mike McCarthy.
Oh, Mark, no. God, stop it. Don't you wish that upon me.
He's better than Brian Schottenheimer, I can promise you that.
Well, I mean, he did win a Super Bowl.
I have one.
Cool.
A hot take.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Rockies are going to surpass the 2024 White Sox.
Surpass or not? Like, which way does surpass mean? This is like when you say turn up the AC or down the AC. I never know what it means.
The Rockies are going to win more games than the 2024 White Sox.
Yeah, duh. We know this.
Do we, though?
Yes.
Look at the rest of their schedule.
I will do no such thing.
It's basically just the NL West and then the Marlins.
That's not an easy schedule, Nick.
No, it's not.
But you're saying the Rockies will win more games than the White Sox.
Yes. The more games
Even
than
against-
the 2024 White Sox.
So the White Sox won 41 games.
Yes. The Rockies are at 30 right now.
Can they win 12 more games?
They just need 12 more.
Yes. Of course they're going to. It's August 5th. There's still 2 months of baseball.
I don't think so.
They've been
I
on
don't
a
know.
pace. They keep winning games.
Yeah, but now they're going to play the NL West.
Which is famously their kryptonite.
Well, playing baseball is their kryptonite.
It's fair. You got me.
In fairness.
I don't think this is as an obvious of a thing
This
as you
is
think
really
it is.
disappointing. I was really hoping that the Rockies would
I know. It was
threaten
so much fun when
the
they
worst
sucked.
record ever.
Yeah, but now they're good.
No more rocks bottom.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is.
This is not a hot take. This is a take, I believe, because it's true.
Oh, you have another
1620 The Zone football road trip.
Oh!
Powered by Bankers Trust. Experience the Bankers Trust difference today. So here's how you do it. You go on. All you have to do is go online and enter at 1620thezone.com. What can you win? 2 tickets to the Cincinnati game at Arrowhead Stadium. Also, parking, lodging near the stadium, and a $100 gift card. It's a day trip. Well, it's not even a day trip. It's an overnight stay. Perfect. The game's starting at like 1 a.m. because of ESPN and the weather and all that other stuff. But you got a hotel room and you got parking and you got $100 to spend.
Money.
That'll buy you 2.5 beers at Arrowhead.
Money. It's going to be awesome.
So enter today, 1620thezone.com. Powered by Bankers Trust. Experience the Bankers Trust difference today.
And we will be there too.
We will be there too.
No, don't you say it with that tone, John.
We will be there too.
No, say it. We will be there too.
We will be there too?
No, there's no question mark. Who put the question mark in the
We
teleprompter?
will be there too?
No, you're still saying it with a question.
We will be there too?
Nope, that's still a question. When you go up, it's a question.
We will be there too?
No, we're going to be there. You know who else is going to be there?
Two?
Yeah.
Steve Sipple.
Yeah.
Happy hours next, 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Do you want to get the acrimony out of the way early?
Yeah, sure.
Or save it for the end so we,
No,
so that we
be
don't
like
have a hostile witness the rest of the show?
No, then it would be like another 10 minutes. Sipple, it came to us today that you and Sean sometimes make fun of me on your podcast about Bo Pelini. Is this true?
No, it's not. I don't think we ever have.
Wow, interesting. Listener Theo is a liar, says
Oh,
Steve
wait a second.
Sipple.
Wait, this came from Theo?
It was Theo in the chat.
Oh, my God. Why do you believe him?
I just was reading what he said.
Is Theo the one that told you that Kennedy got killed by the motorcycle cop?
There might have been, someone might have said something in the comments, but it wasn't Sean or I.
Oh, it's probably Theo, honestly.
Well, yeah, exactly. So basically, Thea's going meta here. He just wants you to accuse Sip for something that he did in their chat.
Wow, this is interesting,
No,
Sipple.
I feel kind of bad saying that your name never came up, but there, nobody in the media came up.
That's fine. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered either way. Well, I mean, I guess I would have, said let's box and I'll whoop your ass, old man. But I'm happy.
Wow.
Just kidding. I would have said let's race and I'll run faster than you, old man. You'd whoop me.
You would. Too.
Yeah, and you'd punch me and knock me out. That sounds terrible.
You would run so much faster. Remarkable.
Oh, I do what I can.
I would like to watch this. It's like a dysfunctional Olympics.
We fight, we run, and then a third one.
Yeah, we have to have a.
Josh runs marathons at a high rate. That's not dysfunction.
Thank you, Sib. That's very kind of you.
Well, it's more on watching you run the marathon and him try to fight. That's where the dysfunction is.
Mm-hmm.
Today at his media outing, John Butler, Nebraska's new defensive coordinator, said that being a defensive coordinator can be cumbersome. He's talking about the game planning. Just it's a different outlook for him. It's a different gig for him. Should we budget for an adjustment period when it comes to, just how things are going to work? Or does Phil Snow kind of smooth out the rough edges?
Yeah. I mean, that was he kind of let down, I don't know if say let down his guard, but there was a moment of revelation, a moment of truthfulness. It took me back to Craig Bohl. I mean, Bohl used to talk about that when he became a head coach at North Dakota State. He said he actually gets to know players better. He was so wrapped up in it was exactly what Butler was saying. He was so wrapped up in scheme and the organizational part, X's and O's, getting the practice script ready, that Bo would always say, I remember just walking by guys and I'd just stare through them, Then as a head coach, and you might say, well, didn't he have more to do? No, you don't really. I mean, ask Rule about that. Your coordinators take care of a lot of the minutia, and you get to be more player involved. So it totally reminded me of Craig Bohl when he was saying it. It sounded like an adjustment for him. I actually didn't know what to make of it. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. but he's got a huge job. It's a huge job. He's got a gigantic job. It's not like they have some talent, but they got a major, they got to figure out the line issue, and we'll see what that looks like. It's not easy to do.
Well, along those lines, Sip, one week and a day into camp, where are you at with the defense compared to how you were literally 8 days ago? We had an interesting conversation with Michael Severe yesterday, and I think it left a lot of us like, ooh, should we be as bullish on the defense as we maybe were going in? I wonder where you're at right now.
Oh, I'm with Severe. I didn't hear what Michael said, but what I would say is I was much more impressed with the offense on Saturday night, and today, from what I've heard, it was a big offense day. Now the thing about it is, this is why I always say this to you guys. I know it gets old, but we love these discussions because football it gives you so many talking points. The offensive line is, I think it's better than I thought. I think it will be better than I even thought, and I thought it'd be pretty good. So you have to factor in the fact that it's a big veteran offensive line. All right, and they're wreaking some havoc, and that's good. That's good for the front seven. It's maybe doesn't feel good in the moment, like when your mom and dad used to punish you, but it was best for the long run. And I think that's what's largely going on right now. Is that line, the offensive side is good. It looks good. It looked good the other night. It didn't overwhelm me the other night, but I think there's been times this camp where it's been really good. So you have to factor that into the equation. But yeah, I know I'm with Michael. I don't know. I guess the best way to say it is Butler's got a tough job to figure this out, and it's hard to figure out a defense if you're vulnerable in the interior. It's really, really hard.
And they've been doubling down. Riley Van Poppel said that, they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder. They're going to use this outside talk as motivation. They want to shock the world. We've heard Matt Rule talk about, hell on wheels and all of this other stuff. Are we making too much of the loss of Robinson and Hutmaker because they were, not only because of how good they were, but just their size, just, the kind of the presence that they had, and it seemed like they were there forever. Are we making a little too much of this and not maybe giving some of these other guys who are also big kids and athletic in their own right enough of a fair shake?
Oh, it's possible we are. But again, no, we're not making too much of it. Here's why. Those guys that you mentioned, they never really rounded into what I would say good plus players or great players in probably Ty's case. Think about Ty. He didn't really get really good until year 5 or 6, right?
Right.
He didn't. Think about that.
Yeah.
Why would we? If you're just treating this fairly, why would you expect Keona Davis or Van Poppel or even Cam Lenhart or Williams Winery? Why would you expect them to be? Nash wasn't all that much at all as a sophomore, right? Didn't give you much. Look at it statistically. He was fine. He was coming. He's a tough kid. Nash, he wasn't a great, his second year in the program. It wasn't anything really. So it's a little unfair to these guys, is what I'd say. But it's the reality. They have to be ready to go now, and they're going to be judged. They're going to be judged largely based on what Nebraska's been recently, and recently it was pretty good. So I don't think it's altogether fair, this narrative, but it is the narrative. And I'll tell you what, Butler didn't want to hear it today. I couldn't even get the question out. I said, "What did you talk to these guys about the narrative?" And he just cut it off. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe nothing. But again, it's possible they'll prove everybody wrong. But it's a lot to ask of a bunch of young guys.
Sip, other side of the ball, and in a way, speaking of young guys, I loved the angle that you took in your column this morning in regards to how Dana Holgerson spoke about the wide receiver room in his most recent availability, where he mentions Dane Key, and then he mentions Ja'Cory Barney, and as you wrote, he stopped naming starters right there. That's what got my attention. I wonder if you could expand on that, because it's a room that I think people are bullish and excited on, and yet that answer was pretty interesting.
I thought it was designed to get Isaiah Hunter jump started. That's what it felt like. And what I heard today, that he's just getting pushed legitimately by Quinn Clark and Keelan Smith. And if you watch that practice, it just looks like that. I think Isaiah Hunter in my opinion, I like him. I like him a little better than those guys because he does have that sort of, he flashes some big time speed. He looks like a guy you can envision, going 80 yards with something, whatever it is, a short pass and he turns into a gain, or just getting behind a corner, whatever it is. He's got to catch the ball with his hands a little better, I think, but and not his body, but he, I thought it was very telling what Dana did. And then it became even more telling to me, Josh, as I watched. It's mainly Quinn Clark and Keelan Smith. Man, I thought Keelan Smith he doesn't have that. They're different. They're different than Isaiah because they're bigger. Quinn Clark's 6'5" and Keelan Smith's 6'4". They're bigger guys. And they don't have as much speed, but they're good. They're right there. I mean, they got some depth now.
So of those, we'll call them the four young receivers. You got Clark, Smith, Jones, and Mills. If you were in a draft and said, okay, I can only pick one of these guys to be a pick to click this season, would it be Mills?
Yeah, it would. I didn't even mention him because it seems like he's already sort of in the rotation.
Yeah.
It feels like Clark and Smith got to still kind of work their way into what I'll call the main rotation. I think the edge that Mills has is he and Dylan have a great chemistry. And I've just been told that, but that gives you an edge if your chemistry with the quarterback is good. Dylan likes Mills. He likes all those guys. He doesn't play favorites. He can't afford to, but Mills. I'd draft Mills and then Keelan Smith and then Quincy Clark.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's how I'd go.
Interesting. Man, I had a total brain fart I was going to ask, so I was hoping you were going to step in and help me.
Oh, that's fine.
No,
I didn't.
I got it.
I thought you were actually digging into the question.
No. It's been with the receivers, and I feel like an idiot. Sip, Dane Key, is this something that should be a concern?
Nope.
Okay.
Not the way it's been characterized to me is absolutely not.
Because I think the reason I ask is because it came out of nowhere seemingly. We didn't know about it until Saturday, and there just hasn't been an answer, but that's good to hear. Because Rule spoke before the practice, and so that's what kind of makes it tricky, right? Like Rule will speak again, Thursday, I think?
Yeah, I think so, Thursday or Saturday. I think Saturday, actually.
Okay.
What I based on is what I hear and then what I saw on Saturday. He was wearing a yellow jersey, but he was in pads, which they do now. It's very interesting. One of the things I like about Rule's world is it's almost like if you're injured, it's not a pass. It's not a hall pass. Like you make those guys, they're curling bars on the sideline.
Well, didn't Rule say that a couple years ago that he's like, if you're hurt, because in a way he wants you to kind of prove it, like you're going to have to do stuff. You can't just stand around.
Right.
Oh, I love it. They have to ride. It looks like they have to ride a bike. They're active.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say the thing he looks fine to me.
Okay.
It's probably just some kind of tweak.
Okay.
Now, in fairness, Scott Frost made the players do things too when they were hurt. He was usually playing Golden Tee, but he was still doing stuff.
I never tire of Golden Tee jokes.
Me neither. They're fun.
It's a good game. I've always loved Golden Tee. I really do.
The ball.
I love Golden Tee. It's an easy game to play, but it's also a hard game to play.
Nice.
Think of having a job where you make $7 million a year and you play Golden Tee much of the day.
Oh, that sounds like a dream.
It does sound
I
like
would never want to leave a job like that. I certainly wouldn't do anything to sabotage my ability to keep that job.
Once you got to a certain point.
So, I mean, we don't know. I'm guessing you've probably heard some things about, what it costs to get Elijah Pritchett out of the transfer portal.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, will that cost, because he's in a four-way, I mean, the tackle spots are open, and he's in a battle right now. Do you think the cost it took to get him will be any kind of an influence over whether or not he gets the start?
I do that too, John. I ask questions that it's impossible to answer. It's just an opinion. I can't believe it wouldn't be a factor. You'd like to think no. The purist in you says no. Because it complicates things. I mean, people want an explanation. So if you're paying him over $1 million, which you almost have to be, and Gunner, it'll be he or Gunner. It'll be Pritchett or Gunner Katula. And then if Gunner wins the job, now what for Gunner? Is that how it's going to work now? Where, I'm sure Gunner's an old school kid with an old school dad. They're not gonna do that. But what if they did? What if they said, hey, he's making this, I just beat him out. So now what? What's the market value conversation there? I don't know. I don't know. I can make a mountain out of a molehill better than anybody in the world. But also that is, you wonder. It's a real battle. That side's a battle. I think Teddy's on his way to winning the right side. But I think the left side, I actually think the left side is more of a legit battle than the right. It's Teddy and Kanak on the other side. And Teddy's broke out of the gate really strong. I mean, I think he'll lock it up next week is what I think.
Sip, if you allowed yourself to think if the offensive line is actually as good as you think it can be, I mean, would strength be the word then to use in terms of what that position group could mean? And if that is true, doesn't that just changes the math on this season in a way that we have not talked about around here in quite some time?
Josh, I mean, I'm at the point now where I'm starting to consider those sorts of thoughts. I mean, that group has been really good so far. It's a group that one I'll just call him an expert, told me that it could have 5 NFL players on it, not first round picks or high picks, not all high. And I don't know, Teddy would have to overcome the injury thing, but I don't know what this is gonna. I want him to get that D-line part taken care of. There's still so many questions on the defensive side. I guess what I'm getting at is it doesn't allow me to get overly excited about the offensive side. But you throw in their special teams. I think they're going to be much better on special teams and much better on offense. Not hard to do. I mean, Nebraska was 95th in the country in total offense last year, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? 95th, double check that. But I think they're going to be good on offense and good on special teams. Now, that's why I keep saying Butler's got a lot to think about here. You don't want to be the weak link. So there's some things to figure out. It helps that they're going not only against the offensive line, but I believe it helps they're going against Dylan. Dylan can carve you up, make you look bad, but they're not going to face that all the time. So, yeah, you can tell it's really getting interesting in my mind. Because Josh, I think you're on the right track with that question. This offense looks good. I just wish they would have added one more running back.
Yeah.
Would have been nice, but of course it re-emphasizes why they moved Mosey to that room.
Yeah.
They needed the bodies, but they need help.
Well, and here, let me ask you this then, along the line of running back. Like, is there a number of touches, do you think, that they are hoping that Emmett Johnson is able to have per game? Like, do they think he could be a 20 to 25 touch a game back?
Yeah, if you're counting
receptions,
carries and receptions.
Yep.
I don't think you'd want to go too far over. I don't know if you'd ever want to go too far over 20 carries with him, especially if he's going to lead the team in receiving yards, which wouldn't completely surprise me, or receptions. I'm not predicting that, but I wouldn't be terribly surprised if he did.
Real quick, you wouldn't be surprised if Emmett Johnson led the team in receptions?
No, how many did he have last year? Did he have 36?
Yes.
What if he has 50?
Wow.
He had 39, actually.
39. Wow, you think that's on the table for him? Wow, that's interesting.
What if he has 54? That might get you at least the lead in reception.
I mean, I guess the math says it's only like 4 a game, so it's not even that outlandish of a number.
No, he's really valuable in that way. But and I'm not saying, and again, I want to reiterate, I'm not predicting he will, but it's plausible. So yeah, 20 to 23 is a good number, I think, for him. I mean, it's a rugged league now. He's not that big.
Put it on the list.
That would be fascinating if he led the team in receptions.
Yeah, it would. But if you think that there is as much depth as there is at wide receiver, you might spread some of those catches a little thinner.
Sure.
Thus, a running back who leads that group in catches, and if they check down or, throw a lot of screens, it's possible. It's not crazy.
Think about the conversation think about the narrative Holgerson's espousing, which is they are drilling into Dillon. You don't have to make a big play every time. Take the check down, make the routine play. Throw the running back swinging out of the back. You'll just hit him on this play. And now that won't just be Emmett. It'll probably be Mekhi Nelson too, but hopefully But that's all that adds up to a lot of receptions for Emmett Johnson.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online. Always learn something new each week.
Oh, you don't need to say stuff like that.
Well, we do.
Yeah, I love these conversations. You guys, if I had to draw up 5 questions I want to be asked, you probably hit them all.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, that sounds like a challenge. We need to do that next week. He needs to just drop 5 questions he wants to be asked.
This is a great idea. He can send them to Nick and then see if we ask them.
We can find out if we ask them or not.
This could be a fun bit.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Understandable.
That's true. I mean, he's doing this out of the goodness of his heart. We don't want him to work any harder.
By the way, Sipple, I'm going to be careful reading this username on YouTube. But
oh no, is this another faux situation?
But Sofa King writes, Sipple is getting me kind of hyped. Yeah, you figured it out. Sipple is kind of getting me hyped for this season. That's exciting.
I think people should be excited. I really do.
Excited
They're
like they were
good.
in 1999?
No, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. They're not like I was talking to Damon. The roster is not exactly where it needs to be, in my opinion, but it's getting there. They're pretty good. They're going to win some games.
Steve Sipple. Sip, have a great week.
Thank you. Thanks for the conversation, guys.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Steve Sipple joining us from HuskerOnline.com.
In on the offense.
Out on the defense.
On the defense. Man, John, you might be right.
I don't think they're going to be bad.
What's going on with Mr. Buff Scorpion in the YouTube chat today?
I don't know. I'm paying attention
People
to more.
should be excited, he says on the station, that is negative about the team almost nonstop. Is this true? Is the Zone now the negative Husker station? John, what's your record predict? John's like a 9-3 guy.
I didn't say I was 9-3. I don't
You
know
will
what I am
be.
yet.
You have them beating Michigan.
Yeah, except by 2 scores. Happer.
I don't think Michigan's going to be all that in a ball of blacks anymore.
Happer's all in. McMaster was asking me today, are people more excited for this season than they've been since 2019?
Well, I guess we better not get into the next topic that you suggested this morning.
That would be viewed as negative, but I'm surprised.
Negative
The negative boys. I feel like it's been a normal off season where we're it's hard not to get excited about football season being here. That's how I feel.
Football.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. You can take this as positive, negative. I don't give a flip.
Nice.
I think
maybe this person's trying to be funny.
I think
and if that's the case, you are not funny.
They're
at
also
all.
getting mad at people in the chat for calling him.
Stop calling me buff.
I think anything less
Make
than
the S a capital letter, you idiots.
Yeah, it's on
Sorry,
you, dude.
John. Anyway,
anything less than 8 wins should be seen as a disappointment.
but that's a negative. Don't say it that way. Say anything more than 8 wins is a positive. Jared says you guys are pretty cynical. Are we cynical or are we realistic?
I don't feel like I've been very cynical on Nebraska this year. I've been very
positive. 9-3, 10-2 pills.
It's not even so much positive. It's
the positive coded.
It's trying to filter through and figure out what these guys are going to be.
That's what we're all trying to do right now.
I'll put it this way. I don't have a bad vibe about this year. Even with my concerns on the defense, I don't have a bad vibe about this season.
The biggest reason to have a bad vibe is actually not the defense and how small or tall a linebacker is or the defensive line. For me, it's can they not shoot themselves in the you-know-what at the end of games?
That's true.
We had there would be one spot, Nick. I was thinking of a different place. We had the Iowa game from last year on the television. And it was horrifying. How did they lose? Yes, Nick, it was horrifying. I say as a host of 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. That was a horrifying result. But they've had too many of those. In the Matt Rule era alone, they've had that game. They had the Minnesota game in year 1. They had the Iowa game in year 1. They had
Maryland.
They had Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
They have had these games too many times.
Illinois.
Jared says your record predictions contradict your commentary. My record prediction right now is 7-5. I feel like I've been very consistent the entire offseason. I have not budged a moment, and I will not budge.
I think sometimes
that's negative.
People have a hard time comprehending that you guys can highlight the negative aspects of the program, but still see
you mean
that
the guy
they
who
have
can't
a path to
capitalize a
record.
letter doesn't know things.
I mean,
crazy.
Listen,
crazy.
People are going to hear what they want to hear.
Sure.
If they come in, if their feelings aren't getting reinforced, then they're going to go over the top and say, you're being this, you're being that. I think we've broken this season down
and we still have 3 weeks to go.
Balanced.
Corpian writes, national media, this team is going to be very good. This media, meh. All right, get ready for game week. The predictions will be a lot of 8s and 9s from the local scribes.
Yeah.
Where is this negative media coming from?
It's not.
Ravi picked him to go 10-2. What are we talking about? Take your hands out of your ears and stop singing la
Again,
la la.
people
la, la.
want their feeling. They want us to say, "Oh, they're going to be dark horse win national championship."
I mean,
I could put that in hot take. I could be talked into. They'll go to the playoff.
Maybe he's just kind of trying to rage bait us because he's a Buffalo fan. His name is Buffs.
Good point.
Classic Colorado Buffs fan.
Josh, would you like our teams are scrimmaging against each other today.
I don't want to know.
Would you like a correspondence from one of your reporters?
Is it John Machota?
It's Clarence Hill Jr.
Clarence Hill. They call him Chill. He is, because I listen to him on a podcast, he is the Steve Sipple of Dallas Cowboys media. Been around forever, has technological issues sometimes.
Misses the Skyriders tour.
It's funny, but not in a like he's funny way, but more that's a horrible way of describing it. He's funny because of how he is as a human being, not
quirky.
like hilarious. No offense, Sipple.
Today's correspondence from Clarence Hill Jr.
What up, Chill?
Cowboys have not been able to run versus Rams.
Yeah. Who needs the run game?
That's true. You got Brian Schottenheimer. He's going to call the wrong play no matter what anyway.
Dude, that guy likes running the ball too much for my taste. Too much.
All right.
Thank you, Chill.
Well, coming up, you know what?
Joseph says, whose are my 5 losses? Stay tuned for the Thursday before the season.
Yeah. Well, the Thursday before the season?
The day of the season.
That is the day of the season.
starts.
Thursday of the season starting.
Wow, salesperson Josh, who's a Colorado fan, says rent-free in your head, Go Buffs. What are you talking about? It's Mr. Buff Scorpion on our YouTube channel who won't shut up about how much he loves Colorado.
I think he's also confused because he's saying this media, but he's using the media specifically to refer to our show.
Oh.
Because he's like, Robbie, you mean the guy who's not on 1620?
He
who
changed
is
his
still
name
the media.
to Fat Scorpion. Excellent.
Oh, that's better.
That's easier.
I'm glad bullying works.
Now I don't know that he's a Buffs fan. He's a fan of Fat and Scorpions.
Well,
here I am. Isn't that the Scorpions?
Yes.
Rock you like a hurricane.
Please don't do that.
What do we have next, John?
Can Nebraska have a good season if they lose the opener?
Classic negative zone media.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline is 402-951-1620.
Call us. Text us.
Call us and tell us how negative we're being on 1620 The Zone.
Now, here's a fun comment because Scorpion was telling us we're being too negative.
Okay.
But noted Wisconsin fan Kyle tweets in, John is right. We hear what we want because all these people are saying you guys are being negative when I think you guys do nothing but talk about why this team will get to 8, 9, or 10 wins. Nothing but this year feels different in rule year 3.
I literally said that. It does
See,
feel
you're being
different.
too positive.
Whatever.
You are too positive.
Yeah,
Well,
John, chill out.
This isn't very positive.
Uh-oh.
What if we go to Kansas City?
No, don't you put that in quotes.
And watch Nebraska lose
in person at the stadium.
Can they still have a good season?
Hell no, they can't.
Wow, you think the whole season really hinges on that first game?
Absolutely it does.
Wow.
I'm surprised more people aren't talking about this. But maybe it's because they're
Explain
afraid.
away. Are you saying that they're going to be cast with the sins of their fathers and continue the trend of letting one game snowball into a bad year?
In a way, honestly, my serious question is,
Forget they won their opener last year.
They did, and they went to a bowl last year.
You're saying
John.
it's the most important
Well,
game
they
of the
did,
season.
but they also went through a October, November to forget.
That's true.
Except for that Wisconsin game that they stormed the field for some reason.
Oh, wow. Scorpion says, as much as I'm sick of negative boys, Josh isn't wrong. They lose that game, it's GG. Doesn't that mean good game, Nick? It means the season's over. Wow. Here's why, though. If they lose this game to a team that they are better than, and I'm going to say this, Nebraska is better than Cincinnati. They have a whole host of other issues. If they can't beat this team in this environment, in front of this crowd.
Well, keep in mind that this team that they're playing
5-7 last year, they stink.
Yeah, one game worse than Nebraska.
Wrong. 2 games worse. Nebraska won 7 games last year, John.
Yeah, but in the regular season, they were only 1 game worse.
This team stinks. If Nebraska loses to Cincinnati, the season will be a failure.
If this team stinks, how come this point spread's only what?
7?
7.
I don't know. Michigan's only a 3-point favorite over Nebraska. It's Vegas. I don't know. Things are weird. Nebraska should, you know how you say Nebraska should beat Michigan by 2 scores? Nebraska should beat Cincinnati by 2.5 to 3 scores.
Now,
well, they probably should, but that doesn't mean they will. And here, let me throw you out because we've been talking about it today. The defense.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be, I think this is a really good test for a first game. It's a beatable team.
Yeah.
But they're going to do something that's going to challenge what I think is Nebraska's weakness, and that is their run defense.
Mm-hmm. And that's a problem.
That is a problem. But couldn't you see, hey, first game out, can't quite stop the run. Cincinnati plays the clock.
Oh, God.
Keeps the score down.
Oh, God. The game ends fast, so the postgame show's on a little earlier. So you're like, yeah, you're cheering in the press box. Run the ball.
Earlier is still like 3:30 in the morning because, the rain that's going to happen. But, but the point is, I think Cincinnati could stress Nebraska to the point where, yeah, they could lose that game, but then they could also learn something from it. And it wouldn't have to be
absolutely
the boat anchor that it's been the other season. You think this team...
They're toast. Was that a pod race going on outside?
It sounded like a pod race.
Sebulba.
I get it. I get that they haven't shown consistent mental fortitude before.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think the possibility exists that they can have the mental fortitude that the Frost teams did not?
It's less about that. It's more that if they can't win this game, then they are not as good as we think that they are, and that's going to be a problem. And then every game on the schedule that we viewed as should win or might win, move them in the next category down because the schedule just got a whole lot tougher. If they can't beat this team, it's not.
I
even
don't think this team is going to be as bad. I mean, am I saying they're going to be great?
Mental fortitude. It's more they should beat this team. They should.
Yeah,
beat
they
Cincinnati.
should. But everybody in a season, Notre Dame should beat Northern Illinois.
Yeah, but they
they didn't.
All right. Now I'll go into mindset land. Notre Dame isn't afraid of a rest of a schedule for taking a loss because they are a really good program.
And so that's why I say you
both,
don't.
though.
So you don't believe this program has the mindset to be able to overcome its failings.
Not if the failing is losing to this team. Definitely not.
Man, I think you're underselling Cincinnati a little bit.
No, absolutely not. Go look at their stuff on K-Ford. How bad is this team supposed to be in the Big 12 Conference? They can't beat a bottom-rung Big 12 team? Then how do we expect them to beat any of the myriad of teams on their schedule?
Because of the point that I brought up.
Like,
What if they exploit the thing that Nebraska's weakest at?
Why wouldn't other teams exploit that same weakness?
But I'm saying it's
Minnesota,
possible.
Michigan. They ain't beat Michigan, let alone by 2 scores if this team runs on them.
I don't know how you can do the
think
Michigan
you're looking
game.
at this too literally. Like,
No.
if they lose this game, they absolutely can't win this game. We've seen it all the time.
Not with this program.
But that's what I'm saying. So you don't believe this program still has the mental fortitude. What would it
Column A,
take?
column B.
What would it take for you to start believing that this program has the mental fortitude to overcome mistakes and losses?
Comeback win against Michigan, or just a win against Michigan. But in particular, comeback win, late game situation, comeback win, salt the drive win, whatever it is. Close game, get it done.
What if they lose to Cincinnati, but then have a comeback win over Akron?
That would be a problem, and I would hope that I am not on Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
Okay.
God, that sounds like a horror show.
Okay.
Bad
In
pain.
serious,
Ultimate pain.
What if they lose to Cincinnati, but then have a comeback win over Michigan?
I mean, yeah, that would be really cool to see. I just don't,
See, I think
I'm going to lose hope that they can do that.
I just have a bad feeling that there's going to be, and heck, maybe some people were doing it after the bowl win last year, but folks are going to see Nebraska finish a close game, win a close game.
Yep.
And there's going to be a lot of, well, we got past that. Problem solved, country saved.
Au contraire, mon frère.
Au contraire, mon frère.
Mhm.
You need to see it more consistently. You need to see it.
Yeah, they got to win
regularly.
one-score games multiple times this year. For the record, because this has been a bit of a trip to negative town because of you. You brought this topic up. Yeah.
Yeah, Buff is mad at you. Buffs is mad at you.
I don't care.
Corpian, I think they're going to kick their asses. I think that they are going to win, and I think that we're going to have a very comfortable.
You're going 7-5 and think they're going to just waltz over Cincinnati.
Maybe waltz is too strong. They're going to win by 2 scores, at least 2 scores. That's not waltz.
Man,
So
I
that's not
can't
Christoph
wait till
waltzing.
believe me,
I
I'm
like
not
him.
fast forwarding anything, but I am very curious to see when we get to predictions time
Would win,
how
should win,
how
might
you're
win,
going to
won't
grade
win.
these games and how you see this team going 7-5. With
Last year they whooped
with
Colorado's ass and they still went 6-6. Like this program, until they start doing it, I'm not going to believe that they can do it.
So you know as well as we
Yeah.
all do that goofy things happen in college football all the time.
Yeah,
goofy things happen in sports all the time.
Goofy things happen in life, Nick.
What if they lose this game just to kind of shake the rust off, but then they just steamroll the rest of the schedule up until Michigan because they're not going to beat Michigan.
So the rest of the schedule, 2 games. That's 2 games. If they lose and then they beat Akron and Houston Christian 100-0 each, I won't care.
Now listen, Josh is talking about, comfortably beating Cincinnati.
Right.
They better comfortably beat Houston Christian and Akron.
Yeah, that
And
that will be nothing to me.
Then why do you think that them? I guess I don't understand why you think if they lose to Cincinnati, then it's just a throwaway season.
I didn't say throwaway. It's just they're not going to be as good as because Cincinnati stinks. They have a bad coach.
Yeah, but stinky teams with bad coaches do well sometimes.
Okay, not around here. What are you arguing? I don't even know what your point is.
I guess I'm confused about your whole take on if Nebraska losing, if they lose to Cincy, then it's just going to be
a loss.
Terrible.
Yeah, it'll probably be a 500 to sub 500 season again.
I don't think it'll snowball like that. I don't think it'll compound like that.
Why not? If they can't beat this team, then why would you have faith that they could beat Michigan or Minnesota or Michigan State? Certainly not Iowa. Certainly not Penn State. That's 5 other games right there. And we're counting this one at 6.
See, but that kind of goes back to the.
Wouldn't it be
You're
too
talking
early to
about
tell?
Cincinnati being this bad
Why wouldn't
team.
it be too early to tell?
Because
with
I've
one
seen
game?
them do this. They lose openers, and then it's just like, it wasn't that they lost to Northwestern or even how they lost to Northwestern. It was the fact that a team that bad beat them that was proof again to say, if you can't be, John, they won 1 game. And I don't think they're Cincinnati. I don't mean to relitigate previous eras, but if you can't beat a team that is that poor, then you're just not a good team.
I just think you're underselling. You're just underselling Cincinnati here.
Nah, I don't
I'm not saying they're great, but they're not dog meat. I don't think they're
not dog meat, but they're not a good team. I
can't wait to hear you marry this with 7-5.
I also don't think that they have a good coach. Part of it's that too.
You got a blind spot to anyone
what?
named Satterfield.
Well, I was proven right last year.
Now,
by the way, Ty brings up a great point.
I know. I was just going to read this comment too.
What's the Husker record when the zone broadcasts at game location? Not good.
All right. So the first time that I remember the station doing like a 2-show trip was for the Big Ten
opener against Wisconsin in 2011.
Lost.
You guys went to Ohio State the next year.
Lost.
You went to the Big Ten championship game
Lost.
that next year. Then we didn't go on any trips for a while. 2014, no trip. 2015, no trip. 16, no trip. 17, 8, 19. John, what happened?
Lost.
And then last year, I mean,
We had 2 pre-games at Memorial Stadium. Lost, and then 1 and lost.
1-5. That's 1-5.
We're 1-5 when we're on location.
Bad.
To do pregame shows, which is a great reminder that we hope to have home pregame shows this season.
We do. I do have another question for you guys.
Okay.
I know we, Nebraska media, has all been basically saying that the first game is basically a Nebraska home game.
Yes.
Everybody's going to go down.
It
there.
is.
Be like
It's a Nebraska
75% red.
And like it's a home game as far as the fans go, right?
Yep.
Like I get that, but it's still. Do you think we're underselling the environment? The fact that it's such
it's a
bigger
different
stage, different stadium, a bigger stage.
I mean, the stadium is the same size as Memorial. It's built differently, but it's got the same capacity.
I don't think it's a bigger stage.
You don't think there'll be like a different perception player-wise? Though?
No, I mean they played Ohio State on national television. That they're used to that type of stuff.
Besides,
but in terms of the consistent,
Dylan Raiola is Patrick Mahomes. I mean,
yeah,
it's his
waking
home
up in your bed like they're not going to have the usual thing of a regular home game. But
if anything, they may even be more jacked because
maybe a little too jacked. They got to calm the hell down early in the game, to be honest. Because I mean, everyone's really excited for the start of the season.
Sure.
Dan writes, I think trying to get back at me. How bad was ASU supposed to be last year? Fair. They're supposed to be the last place team in the Big 12. But if you think Cincinnati is going to be a good team in the Big 12, then we disagree. I do not think that they will be a contender in the conference, let alone the conference champion.
Well, apparently, you don't think Nebraska is going to be a good team in the Big 10. They're going 7-5.
I think they're going 7-5. I think they're going 7-5. 4-5 team in the.
I mean, to
conference.
me, if I were to pick 7-5, and I'm not saying I am or I'm not, but
you're picking 9-3 or 10-2.
It would probably include a loss to Cincinnati.
Really? Wow. Definitely not for me. I gave you 5 teams: Minnesota, Michigan State, Iowa, or not Oregon.
Michigan.
No, okay. Let me do this again. Michigan, Michigan State, Minnesota, Iowa, Penn State. There's 5 right there. That's easy peasy.
Michigan State. They're the Cincinnati of the Big 10.
All right, throw Maryland in there.
Michigan State. Is
What about
kind of Nebraska?
USC or UCLA?
Well, that's a better one.
There we go.
I'd say UCLA.
There, I got to
US.
5. You can get to 5 fast. It's really easy to get to 5, even with a win over Cincinnati. John, if they lose to Cincinnati, you better up that number. But they're not going to. They're going to win by 2 scores.
Put it on the list.
And we'll be doing a happy post-game show at 4:30 in the morning because of the rain delay that you're wishing upon us. Who's being negative now?
Well, coming up next, it is time for content. And, oh, boy.
Oh, God, more negative Nebraska talk
There's
coming
some
up?
silly takes in today's content.
Oh, my God. Are we talking about
boys.
Kendrick Perkins?
Yep.
Did you see what Richard Jefferson also said yesterday? Do we have that?
I don't have that.
Oh, God.
And Nick's going to read a lot of initials.
Oh,
Ooh,
my
that's
favorite.
exciting.
1620 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, remember, you can go down to Cincinnati, or I keep saying going to Cincinnati. They're going to Kansas City.
Yeah.
To play Cincinnati.
Yeah.
You could win 2 tickets, get lodging, $100 gift card, free parking.
Yeah.
All you have to do is go to 1620thezone.com and enter the road trip contest powered by Bankers Trust. Experience the Bankers Trust difference today.
Let's go. Nice. Which we will be doing. Well, some of us.
We can't.
Some of us will be in Chicago
We
at
can't.
Soldier Field at another pro stadium.
We're not allowed to win this contest.
How cool is that? We're both going to be at different pro stadiums.
You won't be there on that Thursday.
Yeah, but I'll be there on the Friday.
That doesn't count, though.
I didn't say at the same time. We're just going to be there.
Okay. Interesting.
John, as I wrote this question down, all I knew is something bad happened last night that one of our significant others told us John is probably going to be triggered by this. So, John, you tell us, what happened to the Cubs and their loss, and were you indeed triggered?
Of course I was triggered, but
what happened?
Well, first of all, one of the pitchers they traded for, Mike Soroka, left after 2 innings because his shoulder was hurting and his velocity was down, though apparently his velocity had been down the last couple of starts for Washington. So how the Cubs didn't see that coming, I don't know.
Same.
Then they had a chance. Well, first of all, and secondly, the offense sucks again. Can't score more than 2 runs. Third, Dansby Swanson misses first base, hustling out an infield hit, which cost them a tying run in the 8th inning. The Brewers are never going to lose again. Division's lost. It's over.
Wow,
Just try to get to the playoffs. That's all we can ask for.
Thank God Corpian's not a Cubs fan, or else he'd be really triggered by this discussion right now. Sorry about the plays that made you mad.
Yeah.
At least you got your memories.
We do have the
You're
memories.
so good at consoling baseball fans.
We have the memories of being ahead in the division for 3.5 months and then just going,
Good times.
We don't have to win anymore.
Good times.
Folks,
Nick?
Mookie Betts is struggling. Like, big time struggling. Which is why Dodgers orchestrated an ovation to begin last night's first at-bat versus the Cardinals.
Mookie Betts.
Well, or if you've been following social media the last evening, Dodger fans are trying to rally around their superstar Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts would go on to go 0 for 4.
Oh, no.
Your thoughts?
Not great, John. I know that there's been a lot of debate in and amongst the Dodgers fans. They've actually asked Dave Roberts if they'll move him down in the lineup, and it doesn't sound like, I think he said past second in the batting order, that I got to move him past it. Not great. Not great. And just seeing his batting average there on the screen, and that was before he had the 0 for 4 night, 233. Yikes. He's like the Cubs. Can't hit.
Can't hit.
Maybe they should trade him to the Cubs.
They should.
Gosh, Henry, you could play for the Cubs.
He fit right in.
Kendrick, don't call me Lamar. I botched that. Perkins was on one yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the NBA players of the 1960s dealing with racism and today's players dealing with, well,
everyone's had their own form of adversity. Back then, it was racism and death threats, right? But having to battle through the adversity of social media as a player elevates right up into that when you talk about mental toughness. Nah, Richard, hear me out. I get it. Like, people lives were on the line, but like, mental health is a real thing. And like, we see so many guys logging off of social media, right? John Wall like talked about like how he wanted to commit suicide. Like, it's a real thing. So everybody's affected in a different way. I'm not trying to put the two together. All I'm saying is this day and age, a lot of these guys are dealing with their own form of adversity. Right? And people could say, oh, they just soft or stay off of social media. Not how hard it is to stay off of social media.
Actually, you can stay off social media. And yes, you were comparing the two. What was he dropping some before this game, before this podcast?
That was tough.
That was a really tough hang. I mean,
Richard
Kendrick
Jefferson's
Perkins,
reaction was awesome.
It was. He just gave a twisted face look. Go watch the Bill Russell documentary and then come back to me about the struggles of dealing with social media. You know, maybe let's say you can't ignore social media. Fine. There's a block button. Use it.
Yeah, that was really stupid. I mean, Bill Russell in particular, someone in Boston broke into his house, smeared feces all over his walls in his bed. I believe the N-word with those feces, among other things.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say that the players from yesteryear had it a whole lot worse. That's not to say that mental health doesn't matter and that it is important to log off. But, man, I would not compare what athletes have to go through today in that regard to the literal racism that showed itself on a day in, day out basis for guys back then.
To be fair, I think there's also a bunch of racism on social media that these guys are dealing with.
Yeah, but that's not what he was
No,
talking
I know it's
about.
not what he was talking about, and it sucks that that's the avenue he took because he did bring up a very good point and a very important point.
Well, Kendrick Perkins is an idiot.
With all the Gen Z A's and Gen Z B's that are in the league right now. But comparing it to racism of the 60s it kind of deflated his entire argument.
There's too much of this, for lack of a better term, it's the new age Me Too movement. Like everyone's got to have oh my God, look, this generation had to deal with this. So we got to make up some kind of boogeyman to make it seem like, oh, see, we're dealing with it too. No, we have evolved as a society from people smearing feces on Bill Russell's house. Kendrick, you don't have to lean this. You can address the ills of social media and how it can affect today's athlete without having to try to make it sound like it's equivalent to what happened in the 50s and 60s. Ridiculous.
You know how John often wrongly says that Mike McDaniel is a loser and a bad coach?
That's a good Mike McDaniel impression.
That's a John impression. I did John.
Nailed it.
While singing the praises of Mike Tomlin, I might add.
Yes, Nick.
Well, how about this stat, courtesy of Marcus Mosher? Mike McDaniel since 2022, 28-23, including 0-2 in the postseason. Mike Tomlin since 2022, 29-22, including 0-2 in the postseason. To quote Pam from The Office, it's the same picture?
Pretty
yeah, in the last 3 seasons. But then what did they do before that? Mike Tomlin was good. What was Mike McDaniel doing? He was coordinating offenses that lost in the playoffs to the Rams or lost in the Super Bowl. I mean, I get the last few years it hasn't been great for Tomlin, but
do you know that since Donald Trump became president the first time, they both have the same amount of playoff wins as a head coach?
Yeah, I know. It's not been a great last few years for Mike Tomlin.
That's a decade, pretty much, John. I mean, we're closing in on a decade.
I admit it. It's not a great decade.
Oh, my God, he admitted it.
But you also don't hear Mike Tomlin say stupid things like this.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great?
What makes this one great? Because we're another day closer to death.
Wait, why is that bad?
That's not stupid. That's right.
Yeah, we are another
It's a
day
great
closer.
morning because we're a day closer to death. Yeah. What kind of stupid nerd logic is that?
It's not nerd logic. It's us wanting to die logic.
Yeah, John. Mike Stibbs said these things all the time.
Yeah, he was doing a bit.
No,
he wasn't, John.
I don't think he was doing a bit.
I don't know how to break it to you.
Oh, my God. You
don't think Stibbs is excited to die someday?
John, this is
The
millennial.
Mariners just traded for Suarez. He's fine now.
What's going to happen in October, though?
John, this is millennial Gen Z humor. It's just what it is. It's morbid
Yeah,
true.
sorry that you're not funny like we are. Go hang out with Go hang out with Corpian. You two can be 2 peas in a 9-3
John,
pod.
a few years
I
ago.
can't wait to watch Mike McDaniel go flat on his face and get his ass canned.
John, this is just how we talk. A few years ago, I was at Arby's, and the person's like, "Oh, how you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm here." And they said, "I'm sorry," and I said, "Me too."
Wow,
And
Nick,
then I
you
got
made
a sandwich.
it really awkward.
I didn't make it awkward. That's just how it is.
Yeah, at a restaurant, I would never unpack my
This is a
actual
coach
feelings.
of a football team.
He's making a joke, John. Why are you getting so triggered by a joke?
Because he's a doofus. He's a quirky little doofus. He's got to have one of the most punchable faces in the world.
Punchable faces?
John,
He's got a
so
very punchable
attractive.
face.
How are you want to punch
What are
his
you
face?
talking about?
He's hot.
Wow.
He's a hot coach. You have a hot coach. I have a hot coach.
El Scorcho says, I hope Mike Tomlin is the Steelers coach forever. Not a bad idea.
Remember how the Browns started with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks?
Mm.
Well, they just signed Tyler Huntley because of a rash of injuries at the position. Ironically, none of the injuries at QB featured the oldest guy in the room, Joe Flacco. Is there no sadder franchise in sports than the Browns?
You know, I wake up and I hate my life.
Well,
Sorry,
apparently-
John. I don't mean to trigger you with
apparently
jokes about hating my life.
Apparently, the Dolphins have the saddest franchise. They're wishing on death.
But I am happy, and I thank my lucky stars every day that I'm not a Browns fan. By the way, it sounds like Shador is going to be the starter in their first preseason game.
Yep.
I saw
Yeah,
this.
but he's
and heard-
he's had a shoulder issue, I thought.
Well, I guess his shoulder's fine.
Well, if there was ever a sign that a guy is not destined to be a starting quarterback, he's starting the first preseason game.
Bingo!
One more. Do you have any more to add?
Oh, wow. It's already 5:50.
It is, but I want to get this one in.
All right.
Because the Omaha Supernovas, they won the inaugural Pro Volleyball Federation title. Then they left the PVF for Major League Volleyball earlier this season.
Yeah.
This year, before the season ended. Who just recently merged with the PVF. It's all coming back together. So now the Novas are back in the PVF by way of MLV. Does this make sense for any of these?
No, but it's what we all expected. And so if you predicted this, you're not allowed to brag in any group chats that you said that this would happen because everyone thought that this
Now
would
we
happen.
still have the League One volleyball, right?
Yep, that's the
So that's-
inferior one.
That's
some
still
say.
around.
Many are saying, Nick.
A lot of people say that's worse. That's the worst version of pro volleyball that exists. Some people say that.
I've not heard this. I don't know about this, but this is a good sign. We should get all
Yes,
one
contraction.
one league.
We want contraction, but not in college football. Jordan says if McVay said that joke, John would think it's the funniest thing ever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
And then if he said
no,
fart.
I would not. And secondly, no, he would not. He would not say anything like that. And he is a millennial coach.
Shout out
He
to
happens to be a good
Is he millennial A or
coach.
millennial B though?
He's like my age.
Oh,
He's barely older. I don't think he's 40. Is he 40 yet?
No.
Yeah. He's practically my age.
Yeah, my coach would not say something that's stupid.
I hope he does.
I
God,
do
that would
too.
be
There's
so
no,
funny.
he would never say that.
Why not? It's just a joke.
See, Mike McDaniel is just being quirky because it's the only endearing factor that he has.
And then he's
As
a good
coach,
offensive mind. He's
He
a
is.
great offensive mind.
he gets a
Yeah.
little too cute
Yeah,
sometimes, and I wish he would stop.
Exactly.
But he's really
Yeah, but he still has a great offensive mind. Like, that is inarguable.
that doesn't matter. He's the head coach of Miami Dolphins. They're not very good.
You said he has they made the playoffs 2 years in a row. The Dolphins. I know they sucked last year, but the Dolphins, John. Like,
He is not surviving this year. Put it on the list.
He's not surviving the regular season,
He's not surviving this season.
so he'll be fired in season.
Well, he'll be fired by the end of the season.
Okay. All right. I'll put that in the list.
So your cute little nerd is just going to have to go find something else to do. Maybe go emo against somebody else.
I hope my cute little nerd becomes the head coach of the Rams, John. Then suddenly you'll love him.
We don't need him because we have our young, very attractive coach.
Until he retires because he's getting burned out.
True.
That's true. Going to get tired of beating the Cowboys up in preseason.
Nice. Nice.
What's for dinner's coming up next. 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
All
right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, I saw some chicken in the crock pot. So
you'll have chicken.
Some kind of shredded chicken, some kind of dish. It smelled like there was like some Mexican seasoning perhaps in there. So I don't know. It's
Quesadillas?
No, we don't make quesadillas.
I hope your wife makes you quesadillas one night and they're the thickest, juiciest quesadillas ever.
Well, then they wouldn't be quesadillas. They would be better than quesadillas.
No, they'd be
They
quesadillas,
would
John. Just thick, juicy quesadillas.
Yeah, unlike the stuff you get at the restaurant.
Quesadilla on my plate, please.
You
That's what I
show
would say.
me an inch thick quesadilla from a restaurant and
Show
we'll
you an
talk.
inch. All right, sounds good.
Oh, man, you would show me an inch.
I'll show you an inch. Had the pasta last night with the in-laws over. Lovely evening. We have leftovers. I'm going to do that tonight because I want something easy.
Nice.
Also, I did replenish the buffalo sauce, boys. I
Of
know
course
you were
you
wondering.
did.
I made it at lunchtime today. We're good to go.
I made
streak
pasta
continues.
last night. It was delicious. It was red sauce with fun noodles, and I even sliced. I put some green pepper in the sauce.
Wait, fun noodles? What'd you get, like little dinosaur noodles?
No, I wish.
Little Mike McDaniel noodles.
Oh, yeah, his are probably of the Grim Reaper. Oh, man, I wish this guy would come visit me soon.
I can't wait to see Stibbs the next time and have him explain to you why he likes joking about dying.
Uh-huh.
Can't believe we worked with this guy all this year and you didn't even like his jokes.
You thought that was a bit.
Yeah.
I like Stibbs. I don't like...
Wow.
I don't like...
You don't
You
like
know,
me?
morbid humor?
Not you. I don't like Mike, what's his name down there?
No, we know.
Yeah.
Enjoy your vacation, John.
Yeah, John, bye.
Yeah, bye.
Out of here. Michael's beer tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.